What if everything you thought you knew about Zoro's past was built on a lie? Not a small lie, not a simple misunderstanding, but something far deeper, something carefully hidden behind silence, tradition, and a story that was just believable enough to never be questioned. Because when you really look at it, Tashigi doesn't just resemble Kuina. She mirrors her in ways that feel almost impossible to ignore. The same face, the same presence, the same connection to swords that goes beyond simple training. And yet, the story tells us they're completely unrelated. That Kuina is gone, and Tashigi is just a marine who happens to look like her. But that explanation feels too convenient, too clean. Because in a world where identities can be erased, memories can be altered, and entire histories can be rewritten, coincidences like that don't just happen. They're created. And if that's true, then Tashigi isn't just someone who reminds Zoro of his past. She might actually be that past, reshaped into something else. A fragment of a life that was never supposed to continue. And once you start seeing it that way, every moment between them changes. Every reaction, every hesitation, every unspoken tension starts to feel less like a coincidence and more like something buried trying to resurface. But that's just the beginning of it. Because if Kuina's identity didn't simply disappear, then the question becomes unavoidable. What really happened to her? The story we were given is simple, too simple. A fall down the stairs, a sudden loss, a quiet funeral. No grand battle, no dramatic final words, just a child gone in the most ordinary way possible. And that's exactly why it doesn't sit right. Because Kuina wasn't ordinary. She was Zoro's greatest rival, the one person who stood above him, the one person who shaped his entire ambition. Her dream wasn't small either. It was absolute. She wanted to become the strongest swordsman in the world, no matter what stood in her way. And yet, that dream ends not with a clash, not with a sacrifice, but with an accident that feels almost dismissive. It's as if her story was cut short on purpose, wrapped up quickly before anyone could ask too many questions. And the strangest part? The reaction of the people around her. There's something unsettling about how calmly everything was accepted, how quickly the world moved on, especially her father, a man who understood strength, discipline, and legacy better than anyone. And yet, when faced with the loss of his own daughter, his response felt controlled, measured, almost as if he knew something that no one else did. Because if Kuina's death wasn't what it seemed, then that moment wasn't an ending. It was a transition, a disappearance hidden behind the illusion of tragedy. And if that's the case, then Tashigi's existence isn't random. It's the result of whatever happened in that moment. But that leads to an even darker possibility. Because if someone had the power to erase Kuina and replace her with a new identity, then this wasn't an isolated event. It was part of something much bigger. And that's where the connection begins to spread beyond just two characters and into something far more unsettling. Something tied to swords, souls, and the very concept of inherited will. Because in this world, swords aren't just tools. They carry history. They carry intention. Sometimes they even carry something that feels dangerously close to a will of their own. And Kuina was deeply connected to one of the most important blades in the entire story. A blade that didn't just represent strength, it represented legacy. A legacy that was passed on to Zoro the moment she was gone. But what if that transfer wasn't just symbolic? What if the sword itself played a role in what happened? Because there's a recurring pattern that's hard to ignore. Certain weapons don't just respond to strength, they respond to compatibility, to something deeper within the person wielding them. And when that compatibility doesn't exist, the consequences can be severe. Not always immediate, not always obvious, but enough to raise questions about whether every wielder is truly chosen or tested. And if Kuina came into contact with something beyond her control, something tied to the deeper nature of that blade, then her accident might not have been an accident at all. It might have been the result of a force that no one fully understood, a force that could break someone down, erase them, or even reshape them into something else entirely. And if that sounds extreme, then consider this. Tashigi doesn't just resemble Kuina physically. She shares her instincts, her values, her strange, almost obsessive connection to swords. It's as if something carried over. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough to leave behind a trace. And traces like that don't exist without a source. Which means the truth isn't just buried, it's fractured, scattered between identities that were never meant to coexist. But the deeper you dig, the more disturbing the pattern becomes, because this isn't just about Kuina. It's not just about Tashigi. It's about a world where identities can be rewritten, where the past can be manipulated, and where the concept of self isn't as stable as it seems. There are forces at play that operate far beyond what most people ever realize. Systems that preserve certain legacies while erasing others. Powers that decide which stories continue and which ones disappear. And if Kuina's story was one of the ones that was erased, then it wasn't because it didn't matter. It was because it mattered too much. Because her existence, her potential, or something connected to her might have posed a threat to something much larger than a simple dojo or a childhood rivalry. And if that's true, then Tashigi's role becomes even more important. She isn't just a reminder of the past. She's a piece of it that wasn't completely destroyed. A living contradiction. Proof that whatever happened wasn't perfect. That something slipped through the cracks. And that something might be the key to unraveling everything. Because once you accept the idea that Kuina's fate was manipulated, that her identity might have been altered or split, and that Tashigi could be the result of that process, then the entire narrative changes. Suddenly, Zoro's journey isn't just about becoming stronger. It's about unknowingly chasing the truth of what he lost. And the closer he gets to that truth, the more dangerous it becomes. Because if the world really is hiding something this massive, then it won't stay hidden without a fight. And once you see the first connection, everything starts to fall apart. The first time Tashigi appears, the moment doesn't feel dramatic on the surface. There's no grand entrance, no music swelling, no obvious signal telling you that something important is happening. And yet, something is happening, quietly, almost invisibly. Because the shock isn't in how the scene is presented, it's in how it's felt. The instant Zoro sees her, something shifts. Not in a loud, obvious way, but in a subtle, almost unsettling pause. His usual confidence doesn't disappear, but it flickers. For a split second, the unstoppable swordsman hesitates. And that hesitation tells you everything you need to know. Because Zoro doesn't hesitate. He doesn't second guess. He doesn't freeze. And he definitely doesn't get caught off guard by appearances. But this time, he does. And the reason is simple, even if the explanation isn't. Tashigi doesn't just remind him of someone. She looks like someone he lost. Not vaguely, not symbolically, but directly. The same face structure, the same expressions, the same intensity behind the eyes. It's not the kind of resemblance you can brush off as a coincidence. It's the kind that forces a reaction before logic has time to step in and explain it away. And that's exactly what happens. Zoro doesn't analyze it, doesn't question it out loud, but his reaction says more than words ever could. Because in that moment, he isn't seeing Tashigi, he's seeing Kuina. And the story expects you to accept that this is just a strange coincidence. But the more you sit with that moment, the less convincing that explanation becomes. Because coincidences don't usually carry emotional weight like that. They don't shake characters who are otherwise unshakable, and they definitely don't feel this intentional, which raises the first real question. If this wasn't random, then what was it? As the scene unfolds, the similarities only become more impossible to ignore. It's not just the face anymore. It's the way she carries herself, the way she speaks, the way she reacts to the world around her. There's a familiar rhythm to her movements, a precision in how she approaches swordsmanship that feels almost identical to what we saw in Kuina. And that's where things start to get even more unsettling. Because skills can be learned, styles can be copied, but presence is something else entirely. It's something that comes from within, something shaped by experience, personality, and identity. And yet, Tashigi's presence echoes Kuina's in a way that feels too exact to be natural. Even her obsession with swords isn't just a casual interest. It's intense, almost consuming. She doesn't just respect blades, she catalogs them, studies them, treats them as if they carry meaning beyond their physical form. And that detail matters more than it seems at first. Because Kuina wasn't just a swordsman. She was someone who understood what it meant to dedicate her entire existence to the blade. Her dream wasn't casual, it was absolute. And seeing that same level of intensity reflected in Tashigi creates a strange kind of déjà vu, not just for Zoro, but for anyone paying attention. It's as if the same fire is burning in two different people, and when Zoro interacts with her, that feeling only deepens. There's tension there, but it's not the kind you'd expect from enemies. It's something more complicated, something unspoken. He challenges her, questions her, but there's an underlying hesitation that never fully goes away. Almost as if he's trying to reconcile what he's seeing with what he knows should be impossible. And that internal conflict becomes one of the most revealing parts of the entire encounter. Because Zoro isn't confused easily, but here he is. And that confusion isn't weakness, it's recognition trying to break through denial. What makes this moment even more powerful is how it quietly plants a seed that never really goes away. It doesn't resolve itself, it doesn't get explained, and it definitely doesn't get forgotten. Instead, it lingers. Every time Tashigi appears again, that initial shock echoes in the background, reminding you that something about her existence doesn't fully add up. And the story doesn't rush to answer that question. It lets it sit, almost daring you to ignore it. But ignoring it becomes harder and harder the more parallels you start to notice. Because it's not just about appearance or personality, It's about timing, placement, and narrative purpose. Tashigi doesn't just exist randomly in the world. She appears in a position that directly intersects with Zoro's journey. A marine who opposes pirates, yet shares the same core values about swords as someone who once stood beside him. That contrast alone creates tension, but when you layer it on top of the physical and emotional similarities to Kuina, it becomes something else entirely, something intentional. Because if the goal was simply to introduce a new character, there were countless ways to do it. But instead, the story introduces someone who feels like a reflection of a past that was supposedly closed. And reflections like that don't exist without purpose. They're reminders, echoes, sometimes even fragments. And when Zoro reacts to her, it doesn't feel like he's meeting someone new. It feels like he's confronting something unresolved, something that never truly ended. And that's what makes the moment so powerful. It's not just about recognition. It's about what that recognition implies. Because if Zoro can see Kuina and Tashigi, even for a second, then that means something from the past is still present. Not metaphorically, but literally. And once that possibility enters the conversation, it changes everything. Because now the question isn't just why Tashigi looks like Kuina. It's whether she is connected to her in a way that goes beyond coincidence, beyond resemblance, beyond simple narrative parallels. And that's where things start to become more unsettling than mysterious. Because if two people can share this level of similarity, appearance, personality, ambition, even presence, then the explanation has to be bigger than chance. It suggests design, or interference, or something that operates on a level the characters themselves don't fully understand. And that idea becomes even harder to ignore when you consider how Zoro responds over time. He doesn't fully accept it, doesn't openly question it, but he never truly dismisses it either. It's as if part of him recognizes something he can't explain, something that doesn't fit into his understanding of the world. And that internal tension becomes a silent thread running through every interaction they have. Because no matter how much time passes, no matter how many battles they fight on opposite sides, that initial moment never loses its weight. It's still there, lingering beneath the surface, shaping how Zoro sees her even when he doesn't acknowledge it directly. And that's what makes it so important. Because moments like that aren't just character reactions. They're clues, signals that something deeper is happening beneath the story we're being shown. And when you start connecting those signals, when you start looking at the bigger picture, the idea that this is all just a coincidence begins to fall apart completely. Because in a world built on hidden histories, inherited will, and forces that shape reality itself, something like this doesn't happen by accident. It happens for a reason. And whatever that reason is, it hasn't been fully revealed yet. But this moment, this first encounter, this instant of recognition, that's where it all begins. And once you see it for what it really is, it becomes impossible to unsee. Because this resemblance might not be a coincidence at all. At first glance, the dojo looks like the safest place in the world. Clean floors, steady routines, wooden swords striking in disciplined rhythm. It feels grounded, almost ordinary compared to the chaos that defines the rest of the sea. But that sense of peace is exactly what makes it deceptive. Because beneath that quiet surface, The Shimotsuki dojo isn't just a place where children learn how to swing a blade. It's a place where legacies are shaped, where beliefs are quietly passed down, and where the foundation of something much larger is carefully built without ever drawing attention to itself. This is where Zoro's journey truly begins. Not out on the ocean, not in some legendary battle, but here, in a controlled environment where every movement, every lesson, and every word carries weight. And it's also where Kuina's story takes form, intertwined with his in a way that feels destined from the start. They aren't just two students training under the same roof. They're reflections of two different paths shaped by the same system. Zoro, driven by stubborn determination, is constantly chasing strength no matter how many times he falls. Kuina, already ahead, already refined, carrying both natural talent and an unspoken burden that seems to weigh on her more with each passing day. And overseeing all of it is Koshiro, the calm, composed figure who never raises his voice, never shows urgency, and never seems surprised by anything. At first, he feels like the ideal teacher, patient, wise, steady. But the more you look at him, the more that calmness starts to feel unusual. Because in a world where strength often comes with intensity, where power is loud and overwhelming, Koshiro's quiet demeanor stands out in a way that's hard to explain. It's not just that he's calm, it's that he's too calm, as if he's always aware of something that others aren't. And that awareness changes how you see the dojo itself. Because if the person at the center of it all is holding back more than he reveals, then the place he governs might not be as simple as it appears. That hidden complexity starts to reveal itself in the way the dojo operates, especially when it comes to the philosophy it teaches. This isn't just about strength in the physical sense. It's about discipline, restraint, and understanding the deeper meaning behind the blade. From the outside, it looks like a traditional training environment, but the values being instilled go far beyond technique. Students are taught not just how to fight, but how to think about fighting, how to respect the weapon, how to control themselves, and how to carry a certain mindset that separates true swordsmen from those who simply wield swords. And that distinction becomes incredibly important when you consider the legacy tied to the Shimotsuki name. This isn't just any dojo. It's directly connected to a lineage that traces back to Wano, a land known for producing some of the most legendary swordsmen and blades in the world. That connection alone suggests that what's being taught here isn't random or improvised. It's inherited knowledge, passed down through generations, refined over time, and preserved with intention. And Koshiro, as the one carrying that legacy forward, isn't just a teacher. He's a guardian of something much older than the students in front of him. That realization shifts the entire perspective. Because now the dojo isn't just a place of learning. It's a vessel for history. A controlled environment where certain ideas are allowed to grow while others are quietly suppressed. And when you look at Zoro and Kuina through that lens, their rivalry starts to feel less like a coincidence and more like a natural outcome of the system they're part of. Two individuals shaped by the same philosophy, pushed in different directions by the same expectations, and bound together by a shared understanding of what it means to pursue strength. But even within that structure, there are cracks. Subtle inconsistencies that hint at something deeper beneath the surface. One of the most telling moments comes not from a battle or a lesson, but from a conversation. Kuina's quiet confession about her doubts, about the limits placed on her not by skill, but by something she feels she can't control. It's a moment of vulnerability that stands in stark contrast to her usual confidence, and it reveals a tension that goes beyond simple self-doubt. She isn't questioning her ability, she's questioning her future. A future that, in her mind, is already decided by factors she didn't choose. And when she brings this up to Koshiro, his response is measured, calm, and seemingly supportive. But there's something about it that doesn't fully resolve the issue. He doesn't dismiss her concerns, but he doesn't challenge them either. Instead, he accepts them in a way that feels final. As if the limitation she's describing isn't just a fear, it's a reality he acknowledges. And that moment changes everything. Because if Koshiro truly believes in the philosophy of the sword as something that transcends physical limits, then why would he allow that belief to go unchallenged? Why wouldn't he push back, encourage her to break through it, to prove that strength isn't defined by something as arbitrary as that? The answer might lie in what he knows, and what he chooses not to say. Because if the Shimotsuki legacy includes knowledge about the deeper nature of swords, about how they interact with their wielders on a level beyond simple technique, then it's possible that Koshiro understands something Kuina doesn't. Something that makes her doubts not just emotional, but grounded in a truth he can't or won't fully explain. And that possibility casts a shadow over the entire dojo. Because now, the lessons being taught aren't just about growth, they're about preparation. Preparation for a reality that the students themselves aren't fully aware of. And if that's the case, then Kuina's struggle wasn't just personal. It was connected to something much larger. Something tied to the very foundation of the legacy she was born into. When you step back and look at the dojo as a whole, it stops feeling like a simple origin point and starts feeling like a carefully constructed stage. Every element, the teachings, the relationships, the philosophy, even the silence, feels deliberate. Zoro's relentless drive, Kuina's internal conflict, and Koshiro's unwavering calm all fit together in a way that suggests design rather than chance. And that design becomes even more unsettling when you consider what happens next. Because whatever was being built within those walls doesn't continue in the way you'd expect. It's interrupted, cut short. Kuina's story ends abruptly. Zoro leaves, and the dojo returns to its quiet routine as if nothing has changed. But something has changed. The foundation that was being laid doesn't disappear. It carries forward, shaping Zoro's journey in ways that aren't immediately obvious. And the absence of Kuina becomes just as important as her presence once was. Because her disappearance isn't just a loss, it's a gap. A missing piece in a system that was otherwise carefully balanced. And gaps like that don't go unnoticed, especially by someone like Koshiro, who seems to understand more than he ever reveals. His calmness after everything happens isn't just composure, it's consistency. The same steady demeanor, the same controlled responses, as if the outcome, while tragic, wasn't entirely unexpected. And that's what makes the dojo feel different in hindsight. Not like a place where something unfortunate happened, but like a place where something inevitable unfolded. A turning point disguised as an accident. And if that's true, then the Shimotsuki dojo wasn't just the beginning of Zoro's journey. It was the starting point of a much deeper mystery. One that connects people, legacies, and forces that extend far beyond those wooden floors. Because the more you examine it, the more it becomes clear that this wasn't just a peaceful training ground. It was something else entirely. something that shaped the future in ways no one fully understood at the time. And once you see it like that, it becomes impossible to ignore the feeling that something was always hidden beneath the surface, because that dojo wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. Kuina's death is presented as something simple, almost painfully ordinary. A fall down the stairs. No battle, no dramatic confrontation, no final clash between rivals, just a sudden accident that ends the story of one of the most promising swordsmen we had seen. And that simplicity is exactly what makes it feel so wrong. Because Kuina wasn't just another background character whose story could quietly fade away. She was the foundation of Zoro's entire ambition, the one person who stood above him and gave his dream real meaning. Her strength wasn't hinted at. It was shown repeatedly through every duel they fought, and every time she defeated him without hesitation. She wasn't fragile, she wasn't careless, and she definitely wasn't someone whose story felt like it would end in such an uneventful way. So when the explanation comes, a staircase, a fall, and suddenly she's gone, it creates a strange disconnect. Not just emotionally, but narratively. It feels like the kind of ending that doesn't match the character it's given to. And that mismatch is where the doubt begins. Because in a story filled with dramatic sacrifices, legendary battles, and larger-than-life moments, Kuina's death stands out precisely because it lacks all of those things. It's almost as if the story is trying to move past it quickly, to close the chapter before anyone has time to question it too deeply. But the more you think about it, the harder it becomes to accept. Because accidents happen, yes, but in a world like this, where strength, awareness, and discipline are constantly emphasized, the idea that someone like Kuina would simply fall and be gone feels incomplete. Not impossible, but unlikely in a way that invites suspicion. And once that suspicion takes root, it changes how you see everything that follows. The emotional aftermath doesn't fully resolve that feeling either. In fact, it might make it even stronger. Zoro's reaction is raw, powerful, and completely believable. His grief, his frustration, his determination to carry on her dream, it all feels real, grounded, and impactful. But surrounding that emotional core is a sense of closure that arrives too quickly, too neatly. The dojo mourns, the sword is passed on, and life continues as if the event, while tragic, has already been processed and accepted. And that speed of resolution is what raises questions. Because grief doesn't usually work like that, especially not in a place so closely tied to the person who was lost. There's an absence of chaos, an absence of confusion, an absence of the kind of disruption you'd expect from something so sudden and so devastating. Instead, everything feels controlled, contained, almost as if the narrative is guiding you toward acceptance before you've had time to fully understand what happened. And at the center of that controlled response is Koshiro, whose calmness becomes even more noticeable in this context. He doesn't break down, doesn't lose composure, doesn't show the kind of visible anguish you might expect from a father in that situation. Instead, he remains steady, offering words that feel wise and measured, but also strangely distant. It's not that he doesn't care, it's that his reaction feels prepared, as if he's already come to terms with something that others are only just beginning to process. And that creates a subtle but important shift in how the scene is perceived. Because now, the focus isn't just on what happened to Kuina, it's on how everyone responds to it. And when those responses feel slightly out of sync with the magnitude of the event, it suggests that there might be more going on beneath the surface. This is where the suspicion truly begins to grow, not just among viewers, but within the logic of the story itself. Because when something doesn't quite add up, when the explanation feels too simple and the reactions feel too controlled, the natural response is to look deeper, to question the details, to examine the gaps, to consider possibilities that weren't initially presented. And Kuina's death is full of those gaps. We're told what happened, but we don't see it. We're given an outcome, but not the full context. There's no detailed explanation of the circumstances, no exploration of how or why it happened beyond the basic statement. And in a narrative that often takes time to show important moments in vivid detail, that absence stands out. It creates space for interpretation, for doubt, for alternative explanations that might better fit the character and the world she was part of. And that's exactly what happens. Fans begin to question it, to analyze it, to look for inconsistencies or hidden clues that might suggest a different truth. Because Kuina's story doesn't feel like it reached a natural conclusion, it feels like it was interrupted. And interruptions, especially in stories like this, are rarely meaningless. They're often signs of something unresolved, something waiting to be revealed at the right time. And when you combine that with everything else, the strange calmness of the dojo, the lack of detailed explanation, the importance of Kuina as a character, it becomes harder and harder to accept the official version of events as the complete truth. Instead, it starts to feel like a surface-level explanation covering something deeper, something that wasn't meant to be fully understood right away. And that's where the most unsettling possibility begins to take shape. Because if the explanation we were given doesn't fully account for what happened, then we have to consider what might be missing. What details were left out? What context was never shown? What truths were hidden behind the simplicity of the story? And one of the most compelling possibilities, the one that continues to linger no matter how much time passes, is the idea that Kuina's death wasn't an end at all. That's what we saw wasn't the conclusion of her story, but a transformation of it. A shift from one identity to another, from one role to something else entirely. It sounds extreme at first, but in a world where identities can be altered, where memories can be lost or rewritten, and where deeper forces influence the course of events, it's not as impossible as it might seem. In fact, it might explain more than the original story ever did. Because if Kuina didn't simply disappear, but was instead removed, changed, or relocated in some way, then the inconsistencies start to make sense. The lack of detail, the controlled reactions, the sudden closure, they all become part of a larger process rather than isolated elements. And when you connect that idea to everything else, the resemblance between Kuina and Tashigi, the deeper themes of identity and legacy, the possibility of hidden forces shaping events, it creates a narrative that feels more complete, even if it's more complex. It turns Kuina's impossible death into something else entirely. Not a tragic accident, but a mystery. A turning point that hasn't been fully explained yet. And once you start seeing it that way, the original story stops feeling like an answer and starts feeling like a question. A question that continues to echo long after the moment has passed. Because if something about that day doesn't add up, then the truth hasn't been revealed yet. And that leads to the most important question of all. What if she never actually died at all? There are moments in the story that feel grounded, understandable, and anchored in the physical rules of the world. And then there are moments that feel like something else entirely. Moments that don't just happen. They linger. They leave behind questions instead of answers, unease instead of clarity. And one of the most unsettling of those moments appears when Zoro stands at the edge of death and something appears beside him. Not an enemy, not an ally, but a presence. A figure that doesn't move like anything human, doesn't behave like anything we've seen before, and doesn't follow the logic that governs everything else around it. It looks like a grim reaper, an entity pulled straight out of myth, something that shouldn't exist in a world of pirates and swordsmen. And yet, there it is, standing over Zoro as if it has every right to be there. The scene doesn't explain it. It doesn't clarify whether it's real, imagined, symbolic, or something in between. It simply shows it, and then moves on, leaving that image burned into the back of your mind. And that's what makes it so powerful. Because this isn't the kind of detail that can be dismissed easily. It doesn't fit into the established patterns of the world, which means it has to belong to something deeper, something that hasn't been fully revealed yet. And the fact that it appears specifically when Zoro is at his weakest, when he's closest to losing everything, suggests that it's not random. It's connected to that threshold between life and death, a boundary that, in this world, might not be as clear or as final as it seems. And if that boundary can be crossed, even briefly, then the idea that something, or someone, could exist on the other side becomes much more real. Because this figure doesn't feel like a hallucination. It feels like a watcher, something that observes, waits, and only reveals itself when the conditions are right. And that raises a chilling possibility. What if this wasn't the first time something like this appeared? Because once you start connecting that image to other moments in the story, a pattern begins to emerge. Not a clear one, not something obvious, but a subtle thread that links certain events together through a shared sense of mystery. And one of the earliest points in that thread leads back to Kuina. Her sudden, unexplained death. The lack of detail. The feeling that something about it doesn't quite align with everything else we know. At the time, it seemed like an isolated incident, a tragic accident that shaped Zoro's path. But when you place it alongside the appearance of this grim reaper-like figure, the context shifts. Because now, you're not just looking at a death. You're looking at a potential interaction with something beyond the visible world. Something that might have been present, even if it wasn't shown. And that idea becomes even more compelling when you consider the role of swords in both situations. Because in Zoro's case, the figure appears after he pushes himself beyond his limits, after he channels everything he has into a single moment, guided by the blade he wields. It's not just physical exhaustion, it's something deeper. Something tied to his will, his spirit, and the weapon that amplifies it. And if swords in this world are more than just tools, if they carry history, intent, or even something resembling a presence, then it's possible that they act as a bridge between the physical and the unseen. A connection point where forces that aren't normally visible can manifest, even if only for a moment. And if that's true, then Kuina's story might not be as disconnected from this as it once seemed. because she, too, was deeply tied to a blade. A blade that carries its own legacy, its own weight, and possibly its own connection to something beyond the surface. And if she came into contact with something through that connection, something she wasn't prepared for, then her accident might not have been an accident at all. It might have been an encounter. What makes this possibility even more unsettling is how little we truly understand about the deeper nature of these swords. On the surface, they're ranked, categorized, and respected for their craftsmanship and power. But beneath that structure, there are hints, small, scattered hints, that suggest there's more to them than meets the eye. Certain blades seem to influence their wielders, drawing out aspects of their personality or pushing them towards certain states of mind. Others are said to be cursed, rejecting those who aren't strong enough or compatible enough to handle them. And then there are moments where the line between the wielder and the weapon becomes blurred, where the sword doesn't just respond to the user, it resonates with them. That resonance is where things start to become difficult to explain through normal means, because it implies a level of interaction that goes beyond physical contact. It suggests that something is being exchanged, something intangible but powerful, and when that exchange reaches a certain intensity, it might open the door to something else, something that exists just outside the boundaries of what we can see. The appearance of the Grim Reaper figure could be a result of that kind of interaction, a manifestation of something triggered by the connection between Zoro and his blade at the moment he pushed beyond his limits. Not a random vision, but a consequence, a sign that he had crossed into a space where the rules are different. And if that space exists, even briefly, then it's possible that others have encountered it as well, including Kuina. Because her connection to her sword wasn't casual, it was deeply personal, tied to her identity and her ambition. If she reached a point where that connection intensified, where she pushed herself in ways that brought her closer to that same threshold, then she might have experienced something similar, something that wasn't understood at the time, something that couldn't be explained, and something that was ultimately hidden behind a simpler story. And that possibility reframes everything, because now her disappearance isn't just a mystery, it's part of a pattern. And that pattern leads directly to a question that becomes harder to ignore the more you think about it. What if the Grim Reaper figure isn't just a symbol of death, but a representation of something that interacts with those who reach the edge? Something that appears when a certain line is crossed, when the connection between will, weapon, and self becomes strong enough to trigger it. It could be symbolic, representing the internal struggle between life and death, the cost of pushing beyond one's limits. But it could also be literal, a presence that exists within the world, tied to the deeper mechanics that haven't been fully revealed yet. And if it is literal, then its appearance isn't just a visual, it's a clue. A glimpse into a layer of the world that operates beneath everything else, influencing events in ways that aren't immediately visible. That would mean Kuina's story isn't just about a fall or an accident. It's about a moment where something unseen might have intervened, something that altered the outcome in a way that couldn't be openly acknowledged. And if that's the case, then the connection between her and Tashigi, the strange calmness of the dojo, and the unexplained elements surrounding her death all start to align in a way that feels intentional. Because they're not isolated details, they're pieces of a larger puzzle. A puzzle that involves not just characters, but concepts like will, identity, and the unseen forces that shape them. And at the center of that puzzle are the swords themselves, not just as weapons, but as conduits, as keys, as objects that might hold the ability to connect the visible world to something far more complex. Because if the Grim Reaper appears when that connection is pushed to its limit, then understanding that connection becomes essential. And that's where everything begins to converge. Because the more you examine it, the more it becomes clear that this isn't just about a mysterious figure or a single unexplained moment. It's about the deeper role that swords play in shaping the world and the people within it. And once you realize that, the focus shifts. Because the answer isn't just in the figure that appeared, it's in what caused it to appear in the first place. And that's where the sword itself becomes important. There are weapons in this world that are respected, weapons that are feared, and then there are weapons that seem to exist on an entirely different level, objects that don't just serve their wielder, but define them. The Wado Ichimonji falls into that last category. On paper, it's known as one of the 21 Great Swords, a title that already places it among the most legendary blades ever forged. But that label alone doesn't fully capture what makes it so important. Because from the moment it enters the story, it doesn't behave like an ordinary weapon. It carries weight, not just physical, but symbolic, emotional, and possibly something even deeper. It isn't flashy. It doesn't demand attention with wild designs or overwhelming presence, but there's a quiet intensity to it that sets it apart. It feels still, almost unnaturally so, as if it's holding something beneath the surface. And that stillness becomes even more noticeable when you consider the context in which it's passed on. This isn't just a sword being given to a student. It's a legacy being transferred, a moment that carries significance beyond the immediate grief and determination surrounding it. When Zoro receives the Wado Ichimonji, it's not just a replacement for what was lost. It's a continuation, a bridge between past and future. And yet, even in that moment, there's an underlying sense that the sword isn't simply being handed over. It's being accepted, as if the blade itself has a role in the decision. That idea might sound abstract at first, but it becomes harder to ignore when you look at how certain swords in this world behave. They aren't neutral. They don't just sit passively in the hands of whoever picks them up. Some resist. Some test, some even reject outright. And when you apply that pattern to the Wado Ichimonji, it raises a question that changes everything. What if this sword doesn't just belong to its wielder? What if it chooses them? That possibility starts to reshape how you see every interaction involving the blade. Because if a sword can choose, then it can also judge. It can respond differently depending on who holds it, how they think, and what they carry within themselves. And that introduces a level of complexity that goes far beyond simple craftsmanship. It suggests that the Wado Ichimonji isn't just a tool forged from metal, it's something that interacts with the person using it on a deeper level. Not in a way that's always visible, not in a way that's openly explained, but in subtle shifts that influence outcomes over time. And those shifts might not always be positive, because if the sword is capable of selecting a compatible wielder, then it must also be capable of rejecting one who doesn't meet its criteria. That rejection doesn't have to be immediate or dramatic. It could be gradual. It could manifest as an imbalance, as strain, as something that feels just slightly off until it becomes impossible to ignore. And when you look back at the broader context of swordsmanship in this world, that idea starts to align with certain patterns. Some blades are described as cursed, not because they're inherently malicious, but because they don't tolerate weakness or incompatibility. They demand something from their wielder: strength, will, alignment, and if that demand isn't met, the consequences can be severe. Sometimes it's physical, sometimes it's mental, and sometimes it's something harder to define. But the result is the same. Not everyone who picks up a blade is meant to wield it. And when you consider that the Wado Ichimonji is among the highest tier of swords, it stands to reason that its standards would be even higher, that its expectations would go beyond simple skill and into something more intrinsic, something tied to identity, to purpose, to the very core of the person holding it. And if that's true, then the act of wielding it isn't just about strength, it's about compatibility. This is where the idea of the sword feeling alive begins to take on a different meaning. Not alive in the literal sense, but active in a way that suggests awareness. A presence that doesn't speak, doesn't move on its own, but still influences the environment around it through its interaction with the wielder. That influence might be subtle, almost imperceptible at first, but over time it becomes more defined. It shapes how the wielder fights, how they think, and how they respond under pressure. And in some cases, it might even push them toward certain outcomes, guiding rather than controlling, but still playing a role in the direction things take. That's what makes the Wado Ichimonji so fascinating. It doesn't overpower its user, doesn't dominate them in an obvious way, but it connects with them. It becomes part of their identity, not just an extension of their body, but an extension of their will. And that connection is what allows Zoro to use it so effectively. It's not just that he's strong, it's that something about him aligns with the blade. His determination, his discipline, his refusal to give up even when everything is against him, all of it resonates with the sword in a way that creates harmony rather than conflict. But that harmony isn't guaranteed for everyone. It's something that has to be earned, maintained, and understood, even if that understanding isn't fully conscious. And that's where the idea of rejection becomes critical. Because if the connection isn't there, if the alignment doesn't exist, then the sword doesn't simply become less effective. It becomes a problem. A source of imbalance that can disrupt the wielder in ways that aren't immediately obvious. And in extreme cases, that disruption could lead to something much more serious. Something that doesn't just affect performance, but survival itself. When you bring that possibility into the broader narrative, it starts to cast a shadow over events that once seemed straightforward. Because if a sword like the Wado Ichimonji requires a specific kind of compatibility, then anyone who attempts to wield it without that compatibility is at risk. Not necessarily in an immediate visible way, but in a gradual underlying sense that something isn't right. And that idea becomes particularly significant when you think about those who were connected to the blade before it reached Zoro. Because the sword didn't begin with him. It has a history, a lineage, a series of wielders who came before. And while that history isn't fully detailed, the implications are there. Each wielder would have had to meet the sword's standards in some way to align with it enough to use it effectively. And if someone didn't meet those standards, then the outcome might not have been favorable. That doesn't mean the sword is malicious. It means it's selective. It operates according to rules that aren't fully explained, but are consistent enough to create patterns. And those patterns suggest that the relationship between sword and wielder is far more complex than it appears on the surface. It's not just about who holds the blade, it's about who the blade accepts. And that acceptance isn't guaranteed. It's conditional, dependent on factors that go beyond physical ability and into something more fundamental. And when you consider that, the idea that not every wielder survives becomes less of a dramatic statement and more of a logical conclusion. Because if the sword demands compatibility, and that compatibility isn't always present, then the risk is inherent in the act of wielding it. It's not just a test of strength, it's a test of alignment. A silent evaluation that determines whether the person holding the blade is truly meant to carry it forward. And if they're not, then the consequences might not be immediate, but they are inevitable. Because a blade like the Wado Ichimonji doesn't simply exist to be used, it exists to be matched. And in a world where that match isn't always perfect, the outcome can be as dangerous as it is mysterious. Because in the end, a sword that chooses its user doesn't just empower them, it defines whether they can endure it at all. And that's why, no matter how strong someone appears, no matter how determined they are, there's always one underlying truth that can't be ignored. Not every wielder survives it. There's an uncomfortable pattern that sits just beneath the surface of the story, one that isn't openly confirmed, but quietly implied through dialogue, outcomes, and the way certain characters talk about strength. It begins with a belief that feels outdated, almost dismissible at first. The idea that women cannot become the strongest swordsman. When Kuina says it, it doesn't come across as arrogance or insecurity. It feels like resignation. Like something she didn't come up with on her own, but something she was made to accept over time. And that's what makes it so unsettling. Because Kuina isn't weak. She isn't lacking in skill, discipline, or determination. In fact, she consistently proves the opposite, defeating Zoro again and again with a level of precision and control that clearly places her above him. So when someone like her begins to doubt her future, not because of her current ability, but because of something she believes will inevitably limit her, it raises a serious question. Where did that belief come from? And more importantly, why does it feel so absolute? It's not framed as a possibility or a challenge to overcome. It's framed as a fact, something inevitable. And when a character that strong accepts something like that as truth, it suggests that the belief isn't just social. It might be reinforced by something deeper, something that goes beyond perception and into experience. Because if Kuina had simply been told she couldn't succeed, she might have rejected it. But the way she speaks about it feels different. It feels like she's already seen signs that it might be true. And that's where the idea of a curse begins to take shape. Not necessarily in the traditional sense, but as a pattern, an outcome that repeats often enough to feel inevitable, even if the cause isn't fully understood. That pattern becomes more noticeable when you consider how rare it is to see female swordsmen reaching the highest levels within this world. It's not that they don't exist, it's that they're consistently portrayed as exceptions rather than equals. And while that could be explained by societal structure alone, the consistency of the outcome makes it harder to ignore the possibility of something else at play. Because in a world where strength is often tied to willpower, discipline, and alignment with one's weapon, any recurring imbalance raises questions about compatibility. Not just between the wielder and the sword, but between the wielder and the deeper forces that govern how power manifests. And when you bring that back to Kuina, her situation starts to look less like a personal struggle and more like part of a broader pattern. She isn't just facing doubt. She's confronting a limitation that seems to have affected others before her. A limitation that might not be fully explained, but is acknowledged enough to influence how people think about the future. And that's where the idea of a gender-based curse becomes more than just speculation. Because if certain blades, or the systems surrounding them, respond differently depending on who wields them, then the issue isn't just physical strength, it's compatibility on a level that hasn't been clearly defined. A level that might involve factors like identity, perception, or even something more abstract like inherited will. And if that compatibility isn't evenly distributed, then the outcomes would naturally reflect that imbalance. Not because one group is inherently weaker, but because the system itself isn't neutral. It favors certain alignments over others, creating a pattern that looks like inequality from the outside, but is actually rooted in something much more complex. And that complexity is what makes the idea of a curse so difficult to dismiss. Because it doesn't need to be supernatural to be real. It just needs to be consistent. Kuina's downfall, when viewed through this lens, becomes more than just a tragic moment. It becomes a convergence point, a place where multiple pressures come together at once. On one side, there's the societal expectation, the belief that her path has a ceiling she can't break through. On the other side, there's the possibility of a deeper incompatibility, something tied to the blade she trained with and the legacy it carries. And between those two forces, there's Kuina herself, caught in the middle, trying to reconcile her ability with a future that feels predetermined. That internal conflict is what gives her character so much weight, because it's not just about proving others wrong. It's about questioning whether the system itself can be challenged at all. And when that question doesn't have a clear answer, it creates tension that doesn't resolve easily. It lingers. It builds. And in Kuina's case, it reaches a point where something has to give. Whether that something is her confidence, her connection to the blade, or something more physical isn't made explicit, but the result is the same. Her story ends before it can fully test the limits she was questioning. And that timing is what makes it feel incomplete. Because we never get to see whether she could have overcome those pressures, or whether they would have ultimately proven insurmountable. Instead, we're left with the possibility that her downfall wasn't just the result of one factor, but the intersection of many. A moment where societal belief, personal doubt, and potential incompatibility all aligned in a way that led to an outcome that feels both sudden and strangely inevitable. And that's what makes it so difficult to categorize, because it doesn't fit neatly into one explanation. It exists in the space between them. But the deeper you examine that space, the more it becomes clear that reducing it to gender alone doesn't fully explain what's happening. Because while the pattern may appear to follow that line, the underlying mechanics seem to operate on something more nuanced, something tied to alignment rather than identity. The idea of will compatibility starts to emerge as a more comprehensive explanation, one that accounts for why some individuals resonate with certain blades while others don't, regardless of their outward traits. And if that's the case, then the perceived gender limitation might actually be a symptom of a deeper imbalance in how compatibility is distributed. Not a rule, but a trend. One that has been observed often enough to be accepted as fact, even if the true cause hasn't been fully understood. That distinction matters because it shifts the focus from what someone is to how they connect. It suggests that the barrier Kuina faced wasn't necessarily her identity, but the system's response to it. A system that might be influenced by legacy, by inherited traits, by factors that aren't immediately visible but still play a role in determining outcomes. And if that system can be understood, then it can potentially be challenged. But until that understanding exists, the pattern remains. It continues to shape expectations, to influence decisions, and to create outcomes that feel predetermined even when they shouldn't be. And that's what makes the idea of a curse so persistent. It's not just about what has happened, but about what keeps happening. A cycle that repeats without a clear explanation, reinforcing itself over time. And when you step back and look at it from that perspective, it becomes clear that the issue isn't as simple as it first appears. It's not just about gender, and it's not just about strength. It's about the intersection of identity, legacy, and the unseen rules that govern how power is expressed in this world. Rules that haven't been fully revealed yet, but are clearly influencing the outcomes we see. And if those rules are the true source of the pattern, then the idea of a gender curse might only be the surface of something much deeper. Because whatever is causing this imbalance doesn't stop at one category. It operates across the entire system, shaping who rises, who falls, and who is even given the chance to try. And once you start to see it that way, the original assumption begins to break down. Because the curse, if it exists, isn't confined to gender. It's embedded in the structure itself. And that means understanding it requires looking beyond the obvious and into the mechanisms that haven't been fully explained yet. Because only then can you begin to see what's really at play. And that's when the realization starts to take hold. This curse might go deeper than gender. There's something deceptively simple about Tashigi's glasses. At first glance, they feel like a small character detail, just a visual trait used to make her stand out or add a bit of personality. But the more you pay attention, the more those glasses start to feel like something else entirely. Not just an accessory, but a barrier. A thin layer that sits between who she is and how the world sees her. Because whenever Tashigi is wearing them, the resemblance to Kuina is there, but it's softened, blurred, easy to dismiss as a coincidence. The frames break up the symmetry of her face, alter the perception just enough that your mind doesn't immediately jump to the conclusion that something deeper is going on. It creates distance, not physically, but psychologically. And that distance matters, because it allows the narrative and the characters within it to maintain a level of comfort, to accept what they're seeing without questioning it too deeply. But the moment those glasses come off, that comfort disappears. The resemblance isn't just noticeable anymore, it's undeniable. The same facial structure, the same intensity in the eyes, the same presence that once defined someone else entirely. It's not subtle. It's not interpretive. It's direct. And that shift, that sudden clarity, feels intentional, almost like a reveal that isn't treated as one. Because nothing in the story explicitly calls attention to it in a dramatic way, but the impact is still there, quietly reshaping how you see her. It's as if the glasses were never just about vision. They were about perception, about controlling how much of the truth is visible at any given moment. And when they're removed, even briefly, that control slips. The image sharpens. The lines between past and present blur. And what you're left with isn't just a resemblance. It's a question. A question that lingers every time you see her without that layer in place. That question becomes even more complicated when you start to consider what those glasses might represent beyond the visual. Because if they act as a filter for how others perceive Tashigi, they might also reflect how she perceives herself. There's a subtle pattern in how she interacts with the world, a slight uncertainty, a sense of trying to define her place within a system that doesn't always align with her values. She's a Marine, sworn to uphold order, yet her beliefs about swords and their rightful ownership don't fully match the rigid structure she's part of. She respects the blades, sees them as more than tools, almost as if she understands something about them on a deeper level. And that understanding feels familiar. Not learned, not recently acquired, but ingrained. As if it's always been there, even if she can't fully explain why. That disconnect between role and instinct creates tension, not in a dramatic way, but in a quiet, persistent one. It's the kind of tension that doesn't demand attention, but never fully goes away. And when you pair that with the visual symbolism of the glasses, it starts to look less like a coincidence and more like fragmentation. As if there are layers to her identity that don't fully align, pieces that exist side by side without completely integrating. The glasses, in that sense, become more than a physical object. They become a representation of that separation. A way of maintaining a consistent image even when the underlying structure isn't entirely stable. And when that image is disrupted, even momentarily, the fragmentation becomes visible. Not in a way that's overtly acknowledged, but in a way that's felt. A subtle shift that suggests there's more beneath the surface than what's being shown. And that more isn't just about resemblance, it's about origin, about whether the person we're seeing is entirely self-contained, or if she's carrying something from somewhere else, something that hasn't been fully resolved. This idea of identity fragmentation becomes even more compelling when you consider how memory and self-perception function in a world where both can be influenced by external forces. If identity is shaped not just by experience, but by what is remembered, what is forgotten, and what is allowed to remain, then it becomes possible for that identity to be incomplete. Not broken in an obvious way, but subtly altered. Adjusted just enough to function, but not enough to fully align with its original form. And if something like that were to happen, if a person were to carry traces of another identity without fully realizing it, then the result might look exactly like what we see in Tashigi. A person who feels whole on the surface but occasionally reveals inconsistencies that hint at something deeper. The glasses, in this context, could be seen as a stabilizing element, not in a literal sense, but symbolically. A way of maintaining coherence in the face of underlying complexity. They keep the image consistent, the perception controlled, the questions at bay. But they don't eliminate the fragmentation. They just obscure it. And when they're removed, even briefly, the underlying structure becomes visible. Not in full detail, but enough to create doubt. Enough to make you question whether what you're seeing is the complete picture. And that doubt isn't limited to the viewer. It extends to the characters as well. Zoro's reaction, for example, isn't just about recognizing a face. It's about confronting a possibility he can't fully process. A possibility that challenges his understanding of what happened in the past and what's happening now. And that confrontation doesn't resolve itself. It lingers, shaping how he interacts with Tashigi even when he doesn't acknowledge it directly. Because recognition, once triggered, doesn't simply disappear. It becomes part of the dynamic, influencing perception in ways that aren't always conscious but are always present. And that's where the ripple effect begins to spread beyond just Zoro. Because if Tashigi's identity is fragmented, if there are elements within her that don't fully align or originate from different sources, then anyone who interacts with her is, in some way, engaging with that complexity. They might not recognize it, might not articulate it, but they respond to it nonetheless. There's a subtle dissonance in how she fits into the world around her. She belongs, but not completely. She functions within the system, but doesn't fully embody it. And that partial alignment creates a kind of tension that others can sense, even if they don't understand it. It's the kind of tension that makes a character feel slightly out of place, not in a way that isolates them, but in a way that sets them apart. And that distinction becomes more significant the more you examine it. Because if Tashigi is carrying fragments of something else, something connected to Kuina, to the past, to a story that wasn't fully resolved, then her presence isn't just coincidental. It's consequential. She becomes a point of convergence, a place where different threads intersect without fully merging. And that intersection doesn't just affect her. It affects the people around her, the situations she's involved in, the outcomes that unfold in her presence. Zoro's reaction is the most obvious example, but it's not the only one. The way others perceive her, the roles she's placed in, even the narrative weight she carries, all of it is influenced by this underlying complexity. Because whether consciously or not, the story treats her as more than just a single, stable identity. It treats her as something layered, something unresolved, something that holds meaning beyond what's immediately visible. And that's what makes the idea of identity fragmentation so important. Because it shifts the focus from who Tashigi is to what she represents. Not just as a character, but as a concept. A living question about memory, identity, and the possibility that the two aren't always aligned. And once that question is introduced, it doesn't stay contained. It spreads, influencing how other characters are perceived, how past events are interpreted, and how future developments might unfold. Because if one identity can be fragmented, then others might be as well. If one story can be altered, then others might have been too. And that realization doesn't just change how you see Tashigi, it changes how you see the entire world around her. Because now, the boundaries between past and present, self and other, truth and perception, all start to blur. And in that blurred space, the implications become much larger than one character or one moment. They begin to touch everything. Because if identity itself isn't as stable as it seems, then the effects of that instability won't be isolated. They'll ripple outward, influencing more than just the person at the center. And that means Zoro wasn't the only one affected. There's a subtle but persistent dynamic between Smoker and Tashigi that goes beyond the typical superior-subordinate relationship you'd expect within the Marines. On the surface, it looks like mentorship, an experienced officer guiding a younger one through the harsh realities of the world. But the more you watch their interactions, the more that explanation starts to feel incomplete. There's a tone to Smoker's behavior that doesn't quite match standard professionalism. He doesn't just correct her, doesn't just give orders, he protects her. Not in a loud, overbearing way, but in a quiet, consistent manner that suggests something deeper than duty. He steps in at moments where she might be exposed to something dangerous, not just physically, but mentally. He redirects situations, limits what she's directly involved in, and at times seems to position himself between her and information that could change how she sees the world. That kind of behavior isn't random. It implies intention, and intention implies knowledge. Because you don't shield someone from something unless you believe that something exists and poses a risk. The question then becomes, what exactly is Smoker protecting her from? Is it just the brutality of the pirate world, or is it something more specific, something tied to her past, or the role she unknowingly plays within a larger system? The way he interacts with her suggests that he sees her as more than just a subordinate. There's a familiarity, a level of concern that feels almost personal, even if it's never explicitly stated. And that's where the father-daughter dynamic starts to emerge. Not in a literal sense, but in the way he carries responsibility for her well-being beyond what his rank requires. He doesn't treat her as fragile, but he does treat her as someone who needs to be kept away from certain truths. And that distinction is important, because it means the danger isn't just external, it's informational. It's about what she might learn, what she might remember, or what she might uncover if left unchecked. And that kind of protection doesn't come from instinct alone. It comes from awareness of something that hasn't been openly revealed. That awareness becomes even more significant when you consider the broader structure of the Marines themselves. On paper, they represent order, justice, and the enforcement of law across the seas. But as the story unfolds, it becomes clear that not all information flows freely within that system. There are layers, ranks, divisions, and hidden agendas that dictate who knows what and when. Certain truths are compartmentalized, kept away from those who aren't meant to access them, either because they're too dangerous or because they challenge the narrative the organization is built on. And Smoker, as someone who operates within that system but doesn't always fully align with it, exists in a unique position. He's close enough to authority to understand that not everything is as straightforward as it seems, but independent enough to question it. That combination makes him both informed and cautious. He doesn't blindly follow orders, but he also doesn't openly rebel. Instead, he navigates the system carefully, making decisions based on his own sense of justice, while staying aware of the boundaries he's not supposed to cross. And within that framework, his treatment of Tashigi starts to take on new meaning. Because if there are truths within the Marines that are deliberately hidden, and if Tashigi is somehow connected to one of those truths, whether through her identity, her past, or her role, then Smoker's behavior could be seen as a form of controlled exposure. He allows her to grow, to gain experience, to develop her own perspective, but he also ensures that she doesn't encounter anything that might disrupt the version of reality she's currently operating within. That balance isn't easy to maintain, which suggests that he's constantly making decisions about what she should and shouldn't be allowed to see. And that kind of decision-making implies that he knows more than he lets on. Not necessarily everything, but enough to recognize that certain pieces of information could have serious consequences if they reached her. And that raises the stakes of his actions, because now, his protection isn't just about keeping her safe. It's about maintaining a specific version of her identity. That idea becomes even more compelling when you look at the moments where Smoker intervenes directly. He doesn't always explain his actions, doesn't always justify why he's stepping in, but there's a consistency to it that suggests a pattern. When situations arise that could potentially expose Tashigi to something beyond her current understanding, whether it's a confrontation with a particular opponent, an encounter with a certain type of information, or a situation that might trigger a deeper recognition, Smoker is often there to redirect the outcome. He doesn't erase the event entirely, but he shapes it. He controls the variables in a way that keeps her within a certain range of awareness. And that kind of control isn't something you exercise casually. It requires foresight, awareness, and a clear sense of what needs to be avoided. Which brings us back to the possibility that Tashigi's identity isn't as simple as it appears. Because if she were just another Marine officer, there wouldn't be a need for that level of oversight. She would be allowed to experience the world as it is, to learn through exposure, to grow through direct confrontation with reality. But instead, there's a filter in place, a subtle one, but effective. And Smoker is the one maintaining it. That doesn't necessarily mean he's acting under orders. It could just as easily mean he's acting on his own understanding of the situation. Perhaps he's seen something, learned something, or connected dots that others haven't. And based on that understanding, he's made a decision to keep Tashigi within a certain boundary. Not because he doubts her ability, but because he knows that crossing that boundary could lead to consequences that go beyond her control. And that kind of knowledge doesn't come from guesswork. It comes from experience, from being close enough to the truth to recognize its impact, even if he doesn't fully reveal it to others. And when you take all of this into account, the protective behavior, the selective exposure, the underlying awareness, it becomes difficult to ignore the possibility that Smoker's actions are part of something larger than individual concern. Because while his intentions may be personal, the structure he operates within isn't. The Marines, as an organization, have a history of controlling information, of shaping narratives, of deciding what is and isn't allowed to be known. And if Tashigi is connected to something that falls within that controlled space, something that the organization would prefer to keep hidden, then Smoker's role could extend beyond mentorship into something more complex. He might not be directly involved in a cover-up, but he could be indirectly supporting it by maintaining the conditions that allow it to continue. That doesn't make him complicit in a malicious sense. It makes him a participant in a system that prioritizes stability over transparency. And if that system has a vested interest in keeping certain truths buried, then anyone connected to those truths becomes a potential risk. Tashigi, with her unexplained resemblance, her fragmented identity, and her unique perspective on swords, could be one of those risks. Not because she intends to challenge the system, but because her existence alone might raise questions that lead to deeper discoveries. And if those discoveries were to surface, they could disrupt more than just individual narratives. They could challenge the foundation of what the Marines represent, which is why control becomes necessary. Not overt, not aggressive, but subtle and consistent. And Smoker, whether by choice or by circumstance, becomes the one enforcing that control in her immediate environment. He doesn't silence her, doesn't limit her growth, but he does guide her path in a way that avoids certain outcomes. And that guidance, while protective on the surface, carries implications that extend far beyond their relationship. Because if someone is being shielded from the truth, it's usually because the truth is considered dangerous. And if that truth is being kept hidden by the Marines, as an organization as powerful as the Marines, then it's unlikely to be something small or insignificant. It suggests scale, depth, consequences that ripple outward if revealed. And that leads to a realization that shifts the entire perspective. Because this isn't just about one character protecting another, it's about a system maintaining control over information that could change everything. And if that's the case, then the implications are far bigger than they first appear. Because if the Marines are willing to go this far to keep something contained, then whatever they're hiding must be worth protecting at all costs. And that means one thing becomes increasingly difficult to ignore. The Marines might be hiding something huge. The Shimotsuki clan is one of those names that seems simple on the surface, almost easy to overlook at first. But the deeper you trace it through the world, the more it starts to feel like a thread woven through places it was never supposed to reach. What begins in Wano, a country sealed off, guarded, and defined by its isolation, doesn't stay there. It spreads outward quietly, almost like an echo that refuses to die down. And at the center of that expansion is Shimotsuki Kozaburo, a figure whose departure from Wano doesn't feel like a simple migration, but more like a deliberate rupture in history. He doesn't just leave a country behind. He carries something out of it. Something that was never meant to be widely distributed. A philosophy, a technique, a way of understanding swords that feels too refined, too structured, too intentional to be accidental. And when you think about it, leaving Wano isn't a small decision. It's a place defined by tradition, by strict boundaries, by systems that don't easily allow people to simply walk away with their knowledge intact. So Kozaburo's departure immediately raises questions. What allowed it? What was taken? And more importantly, what was left behind? Or what was smuggled out under the guise of something ordinary? Because if the Shimotsuki legacy truly represents a refined understanding of swordsmanship, then its movement beyond Wano isn't just cultural, it's structural. It means that something foundational has been dispersed into the wider world, carried by individuals who may not fully understand the weight of what they now hold. And that's where the idea of hidden reach begins to take shape. Because this isn't just about geography, it's about influence. About how a system of knowledge designed in isolation begins to reshape places it was never meant to touch. When Kozaburo leaves Wano, he doesn't leave empty-handed, and that detail alone changes the way his journey must be understood. He carries with him not just blades, but the essence of a lineage that has been refined over generations. And among those elements is a sword that becomes central to everything that follows. The Wado Ichimonji. A blade that doesn't just represent craftsmanship, but continuity. A physical embodiment of the Shimotsuki philosophy, passed down through hands that are deeply connected to its origin. But what makes this movement so significant isn't just the presence of the sword itself. It's the implication that such a weapon, tied so closely to a secluded lineage, is now operating outside its original context. It is no longer confined to Wano's understanding of itself. It exists in a broader world where its meaning can shift depending on who wields it and how it is interpreted. And that shift is where secrecy becomes important. Because if a blade like this carries more than just physical value, if it carries ideology, technique, or even something closer to inherited will, then its distribution becomes a sensitive act. Not just a transfer of ownership, but a transfer of potential. And potential in a world like this is never neutral. It can build, but it can also disrupt. Which raises an uncomfortable possibility. Kozaburo's departure may not have been a simple act of relocation, but a controlled spread of influence. A way of allowing Shimotsuki principles to take root elsewhere, but without fully revealing their origin or purpose. That kind of controlled expansion suggests awareness, intent, a recognition that keeping everything contained within Wano might limit the evolution of what the Shimotsuki clan represents. But at the same time, it introduces risk. Because once something leaves its original environment, it begins to change. It adapts, mutates, and evolves in ways that cannot always be predicted. And when that happens to something as foundational as sword philosophy, the results can echo across generations without ever being fully traced back to their source. That echo becomes particularly important when you start to connect the Shimotsuki lineage to individuals outside of Wano, especially Zoro. Because Zoro's connection to this legacy doesn't feel accidental. It feels structured, almost as if the path was already partially laid out long before he ever stepped onto it. His training under Koshiro, the dojo's philosophies, the presence of Wado Ichimonji in his life, all of these elements don't just align randomly. They converge. And convergence like that usually implies origin points. Somewhere, something started this chain. And if that origin traces back to Kozaburo and the dispersal of Shimotsuki knowledge, then Zoro isn't just inheriting a sword. He's inheriting a fragment of a system that was intentionally spread beyond its homeland. But what makes this even more intriguing is the idea that this system may not have been fully explained to those who now carry it. Because knowledge that is transferred without a full context becomes something else entirely. It becomes an interpretation. And interpretation varies depending on the individual, which means that different wielders of Shimotsuki-influenced blades might not actually be engaging with the same understanding of what those swords represent. Some might see them as tools, others might see them as symbols, and a select few might begin to sense that there is something deeper embedded within them, something that doesn't fully reveal itself unless certain conditions are met. And that uncertainty creates space for mystery. Because if the Shimotsuki legacy is fragmented across the world, then its true meaning is also fragmented. No single location holds the full picture anymore. Instead, pieces exist in different places, waiting to be connected. And that means anyone who begins to assemble those pieces isn't just learning history. They're reconstructing something that was deliberately dispersed, which leads to an important realization. The Shimotsuki clan's reach isn't just global in a geographical sense. It's conceptual. It exists wherever its philosophy, its blades, and its descendants intersect with the wider world. And that intersection creates consequences that are still unfolding. But the most compelling part of this entire structure is the implication that one sword, one specific blade, might be capable of shifting everything. Because within a system that has been carefully spread and partially concealed, individual artifacts can act as focal points, anchors, objects that carry disproportionate significance compared to their physical size or appearance. The Wado Ichimonji, in this context, becomes more than just a weapon tied to Zoro's past. It becomes a convergence point for the Shimotsuki legacy itself. A blade that connects origin, migration, philosophy, and inheritance into a single object. And when something like that exists, it has the potential to destabilize the separation that has been maintained over time. Because, unlike abstract knowledge, a sword is tangible. It moves, it interacts, it influences outcomes directly. And if it truly carries the weight of its lineage, then its presence in the hands of a single individual could act as a catalyst for revealing connections that were never meant to be fully visible all at once. That's where the tension lies. Because the Shimotsuki clan's expansion across the world suggests a controlled dissemination of influence, but the existence of a central artifact suggests that control may not be complete, that there is still a core element capable of drawing everything back together. And if that happens, if the scattered fragments of knowledge and legacy begin to align around a single point again, then whatever was meant to remain hidden or distributed could suddenly become unified. And that unity would change everything. Not just for Zoro, not just for the dojo, but for the entire understanding of what the Shimotsuki legacy actually is. Because it would no longer be a scattered influence. It would become a revealed structure. And structures like that don't stay hidden for long once they start to reform. Which is why the presence of one sword matters so much. Because it doesn't just represent a connection to the past, it represents the possibility of reassembly, of bringing together something that was intentionally spread apart. And that kind of power doesn't just affect individuals, it affects history itself. Because when scattered legacies begin to converge again, the world that was built around their separation starts to shift. And that shift is exactly what makes this moment so critical. Because it suggests that the Shimotsuki clan's hidden reach isn't just something that happened in the past. It's something that is still active, still evolving, and still capable of changing everything. And at the center of that potential change is one sword. Wado Ichimonji is often introduced as something simple at first glance. A treasured sword, one of the 21 great grade blades, an heirloom passed down through the Shimotsuki lineage. But that surface explanation starts to feel increasingly insufficient the more you consider how it actually behaves within the story. Because this isn't just a weapon that gets stronger in skilled hands. It's a blade that seems to settle into certain people more than others, as if it's not only being wielded, but recognizing its wielder. That distinction changes everything. A normal sword responds to force, technique, and discipline. But Wado Ichimonji carries a different kind of presence, one that feels less mechanical and more intentional. It doesn't demand attention in a loud way, but it creates a sense of weight around it, as if something about it is anchored to a deeper layer of meaning that isn't immediately visible. And when you consider its place in Kuina's story, in Zoro's development, and in the Shimotsuki legacy, it stops looking like just a prized blade and starts looking like a container. A sealed object carrying something that has not been fully explained yet. A legacy that isn't just inherited, it's contained. Because the way it passes through the hands doesn't feel random. It feels selective. Almost as if the sword itself is preserving continuity, ensuring that what it carries is not lost, but also not fully revealed until the right conditions are met. And that idea alone begins to separate it from ordinary weapons in a very fundamental way. It stops being just a tool of combat and starts becoming something closer to a vessel, holding history, intention, and possibly something that behaves like a will of its own, even if it is never explicitly stated. That sense of something sealed becomes even more compelling when you examine how the sword interacts with those around it, especially when it is treated not as an object, but as an extension of identity. Kuina's connection to it was deeply emotional, almost existential. It wasn't just her sword, it was the symbol of her entire ambition. And when that connection is interrupted, it doesn't feel like a simple loss of equipment. It feels like a break in continuity, a disruption in something that was supposed to continue forward. Then, when the sword is passed to Zoro, the transition doesn't feel like a replacement. It feels like a transfer. Not just of ownership, but of something heavier. Something embedded within the blade itself. And what makes this even more intriguing is that Zoro doesn't just use Wado Ichimonji effectively. He seems to align with it in a way that feels unusually stable compared to how he handles other swords throughout his journey. There's less friction, less resistance, as if the blade is not being forced into cooperation, but naturally settling into it. That kind of harmony raises questions about compatibility that go beyond skill. Because if this were just a matter of training, then any sword could eventually reach that level of synergy in Zoro's hands. But that's not what happens. Instead, there's a noticeable distinction in how Wado Ichimonji behaves compared to other blades he wields. It feels consistent, grounded, almost anchoring him rather than being driven by him. And that difference becomes even more significant when you consider the broader implications of cursed or spiritually resonant weapons in this world. Some blades reject their users outright. Others seem to amplify certain traits. But Wado Ichimonji doesn't fit neatly into either category. It doesn't punish, and it doesn't merely enhance. It stabilizes. It holds. And anything that holds rather than reacts begins to feel less like a weapon and more like a container for something that needs to remain intact, something that resists distortion. And that's where the idea of a sealed legacy starts to take shape more clearly. If Wado Ichimonji is a sealed legacy, then the question becomes, what exactly is sealed within it? The answer isn't straightforward, because the story never explicitly defines it. But there are patterns, subtle ones, that suggest the sword carries more than just historical significance. There are moments where its presence feels almost symbolic of restraint, as if it is holding back something that could otherwise spill outward if not properly contained. That doesn't necessarily mean it contains a literal spirit or supernatural force in the traditional sense, but it does suggest that it is tied to something that exists beyond ordinary physical craftsmanship. A philosophy, a will, or even a structured intent that has been preserved through generations. And when you look at the Shimotsuki lineage, especially its ties to Wano and its departure into the wider world, it becomes plausible that certain aspects of their swordsmanship were deliberately encoded into their weapons as a way of preserving identity across distance. Not just technique, but meaning. And if that meaning is dense enough, it can begin to feel like presence, something that influences perception, behavior, and even emotional response in those who interact with it. That's where the idea of a spiritual force starts to emerge, not as a ghostly entity, but as accumulated intent embedded within an object over time. A kind of condensed legacy that doesn't vanish when transferred, but continues to exert influence. And in that context, Wado Ichimonji becomes less about being a blade that kills and more about being a blade that remembers. It remembers the ideals it was forged around, the people it was connected to, and the expectations placed upon it. And when someone like Zoro holds it, they are not just wielding steel, they are interfacing with that memory. That's why it feels different. That's why it doesn't behave like other swords. Because it isn't just reacting to the present moment, it is carrying the weight of everything that came before it. This is where the reactions of those who wield or encounter it become especially important. Because even without explicit acknowledgement, there is a consistent sense that not everyone responds to Wado Ichimonji in the same way. For some, it is simply a prestigious blade. For others, it becomes something heavier, something that carries emotional or symbolic pressure. And for a select few, it seems to create a kind of imbalance, as if its presence introduces a layer of intensity that must be adapted to rather than ignored. That variation suggests that the sword is not static in how it is perceived. It interacts differently depending on the individual, and that interaction might not be purely psychological. It could be tied to compatibility, alignment, or resonance with whatever sealed aspect the blade contains. If that internal structure is tied to will, then only certain individuals would be able to fully stabilize it. Others might feel overwhelmed, not necessarily physically, but conceptually, like something about the blade exceeds their ability to fully integrate it into their sense of self. And that leads to an interesting implication. Wado Ichimonji is not just measuring strength, but coherence. Whether a person's identity, intent, and will are aligned enough to harmonize with what the sword carries. And when that alignment is strong, the result is stability. When it is weak, the result is tension. This doesn't manifest as obvious supernatural backlash, but as subtle emotional or perceptual strain, an awareness that the sword is more than what it appears to be, even if that awareness cannot be fully articulated. And Zoro's relationship with it sits at the center of that spectrum. Because unlike others, he doesn't resist it, and he doesn't romanticize it either. He simply accepts it as part of his path. That acceptance might be the key to why the blade feels different in his hands. Not because he is the strongest, but because he is consistent in his will. And that consistency allows whatever is sealed within the blade to remain stable rather than disrupted. And that brings everything to the final, most intriguing observation. Zoro's body reacts differently than others when he interacts with Wado Ichimonji. Not in an overt, dramatic sense, but in a subtle physiological and behavioral alignment that sets him apart from typical users of powerful weapons. He doesn't show signs of rejection, instability, or overwhelming resistance. Instead, there is a kind of integration that happens over time. His posture, his fighting style, even the way he distributes force between blades, suggests that Wado Ichimonji is not sitting in his hand as a separate entity. It is becoming part of his structure. This is important because it implies that the sword is not just being used by him, but adapting with him. That adaptation could be the result of compatibility, but it could also suggest something more fundamental, that Zoro's own physical and spiritual framework is uniquely suited to what the blade contains. If Wado Ichimonji is indeed a sealed legacy, then Zoro may not just be its wielder, he may be its current stabilizing factor. The one who ensures that whatever is contained within it does not destabilize or break through prematurely. And that relationship creates a feedback loop. The sword influences him, and he influences the sword, each maintaining balance in the other. But the most important implication is that this balance is not guaranteed to exist for everyone. It is specific, conditional, rare, and that rarity suggests design rather than coincidence. Because in a world where weapons carry meaning beyond their physical form, where swords can shape identity as much as they reflect it, a blade like Wado Ichimonji does not exist without purpose. It exists to preserve something, to carry something forward, and to ensure that when the right person comes along, the sealed legacy it holds does not remain dormant, but instead becomes part of a larger story, one that is still unfolding. And that is why, in the end, Zoro's body reacts differently than others, because what he is holding is not just a sword. It is a legacy waiting to fully awaken. Zoro's so-called demonic aura is one of those elements in the story that feels half-explained on purpose, something the narrative shows repeatedly but refuses to clearly define. It appears in his techniques, in the way opponents describe him, and in the visual language surrounding his most intense moments. The repeated use of oni imagery, meaning demon or ogre, isn't accidental stylistic flair. It shows up in attack names like Onigiri, Asura, and other manifestations where Zoro seems to briefly transcend the limits of a normal swordsman and enter something more symbolic, almost myth-like. And the key detail is that this shift doesn't come with an explanation. There's no training sequence that explicitly teaches him how to summon it, no confirmed external source that grants it, and no clear rule that defines when or why it appears. It simply emerges, usually under extreme pressure, as if something inside him responds to the situation before his conscious mind does. That alone makes it different from ordinary fighting techniques. Because techniques are usually learned, refined, and controlled. But this feels closer to exposure, like a trait that already exists within him, waiting for the right conditions to surface. And when that happens, the perception of him changes. Opponents don't just see a swordsman anymore. They describe something heavier, something unsettling, something that feels like it carries a presence beyond human discipline. That language matters, because in a world where perception often reflects underlying reality, repeated descriptions of demonic presence suggest more than intimidation. They suggest resonance. A resonance that may not be fully understood by the person expressing it, but is consistently recognized by those experiencing it. And that is where the mystery begins to deepen, because if multiple observers independently describe the same aura-like phenomenon, then it becomes harder to dismiss it as imagination. It begins to feel like a pattern that is being triggered by something consistent within Zoro himself. That consistency becomes even more intriguing when you consider how closely this Oni imagery aligns with certain aspects of cursed or spiritually resonant blades, particularly those that are said to carry an overwhelming presence or impose strain on weaker users. While Wado Ichimonji is often viewed as stable and grounding, other blades in Zoro's possession, especially those with heavier reputations, seem to amplify intensity rather than simply channel it. And when Zoro fights using multiple swords, there is a noticeable shift in his demeanor that goes beyond technique synchronization. His presence becomes denser, more compressed, as if his body is adapting to contain multiple sources of pressure at once. This is where the idea of resonance becomes important. If a blade carries embedded will, intent, or legacy, and a user with strong personal will interacts with it, the interaction doesn't remain one-sided. it creates feedback. And feedback loops in this kind of system can produce effects that neither side fully controls. So when Zoro enters states where his aura appears more demonic, it may not be that he is actively transforming into something else. It may be that the combined pressure of his will and the swords he wields temporarily pushes his presence beyond normal perception thresholds. In other words, what others perceive as a demonic aura might actually be the visible edge of overlapping wills interacting at high intensity. And because Zoro rarely shows emotional instability even in those moments, the effect reads not as chaos, but as controlled aggression with something deeper underneath it. Something that doesn't fully belong to the present moment alone. This is why the imagery feels consistent across different battles. It is not tied to a single sword or a single technique. It appears whenever his internal pressure exceeds a certain threshold, suggesting that the source is not external. It is structural, built into how his body and spirit respond under extreme conditions. But what makes this phenomenon even more complex is the possibility that it is not purely reactive, but also inherited in some form. Zoro's lineage, while not fully detailed, is strongly implied to be connected to the Shimotsuki bloodline, a lineage already tied to swords, discipline, and a philosophy that blends human will with weapon mastery in a way that feels unusually structured compared to other regions. If that connection is taken seriously, then the Oni imagery could represent something more than just a psychological projection. It could be an inherited trait that activates under stress, a dormant layer of identity that only emerges when pushed beyond normal limits. And that would explain why it feels consistent even when Zoro himself does not acknowledge it. Because inherited traits do not require conscious understanding to function. They simply activate under the right conditions. That would also explain why the aura is not permanent. It does not define him at all times. It appears, peaks, and then disappears, as if it is surfacing from beneath a controlled surface layer of identity. That layering is important because it suggests that Zoro's strength is not just in his physical ability or sword techniques, but in how well he contains whatever is beneath that surface. The Oni imagery, then, could be interpreted as a visual shorthand for that containment temporarily breaking or expanding. Not a transformation into something else, but a moment where the boundaries of self become less rigid. And that interpretation aligns with how the story often frames extreme strength moments, not as literal metamorphosis, but as moments where internal limits are briefly surpassed. The fact that Zoro consistently returns to baseline afterward suggests control, not possession. But the recurring nature of the phenomenon suggests that something within him is always close to that threshold, always capable of crossing it when necessary. And that proximity creates tension, because it implies that what others perceive as demonic might actually be the natural expression of a will that has been refined to an extreme degree, rather than something foreign invading him. And yet, despite all of this, the most important realization is that swords alone cannot fully explain what is happening. Even if blades carry will, even if they resonate with their users, even if they amplify certain traits, they still require a source to interact with. They are catalysts, not origins, which means that Zoro's aura cannot be attributed solely to his weapons, no matter how influential they might be. Instead, the swords act as amplifiers of something that already exists within him, something structural, not situational. Because if the aura were purely blade-driven, it would change drastically depending on which sword he used or how many he wielded at once. But instead, the Oni presence appears across different contexts, suggesting a stable internal source, a core identity layer that exists independent of equipment, and that shifts the focus back onto Zoro himself. His training, his willpower, his emotional restraint, and the way he processes pain all contribute to a psychological and physical framework that is unusually resistant to breakdown. He doesn't externalize fear in the way others do. He internalizes it, compresses it, and converts it into forward motion. That compression may be the key to why his aura manifests the way it does. Because when emotional or physical pressure is consistently internalized rather than released, it does not disappear, it accumulates. And under extreme conditions, accumulated pressure often finds expression in symbolic form. In Zoro's case, that expression appears as the Oni presence. Not because he is becoming a demon, but because the intensity of his internal state exceeds normal perception and is interpreted by others through familiar mythological frameworks. The mind of an observer fills in the gaps with known archetypes, demons, ogres, curses, because those are the closest conceptual matches to what they are witnessing. But that does not necessarily mean the phenomenon itself is supernatural in origin. It may simply be the human mind's attempt to label something that exists at the edge of normal understanding. And that is where the final realization lands. The aura is not the full story. It is a symptom, not the source. A visible expression of deeper structural forces, willpower, inheritance, sword resonance, and psychological compression, all interacting at once. The swords contribute, yes, but they do not define it. They amplify it. They shape its direction, but they do not create it from nothing. The foundation is Zoro himself. His identity, his discipline, and the way his body and spirit refuse to break even under overwhelming pressure. That is why the aura appears strongest when he is pushed closest to his limits. It is not something added to him, but something revealed by stripping away everything non-essential. And in those moments, what remains is not chaos or possession, but concentrated will expressed in its most extreme form. The Oni imagery is simply the language others use to describe what they cannot fully categorize. But beneath that interpretation, the truth is simpler and more complex at the same time. Zoro is not being overtaken by something external. He is revealing what has always been there, hidden beneath layers of control and restraint. And that is why swords are only part of the story, because the real source of the phenomenon was never in the blade at all. It was in the person holding it. There is a growing theory within the deeper layers of the story that Kuina and Tashigi are not simply two unrelated individuals who happen to resemble each other, but instead represent something far more complicated. A possible identity split, fragmentation, or alteration that ties both characters together through a hidden mechanism rather than coincidence. At first glance, the resemblance between them could be dismissed as narrative parallelism, a thematic echo designed to reflect Zoro's past through a present-day Marine officer. But the consistency of the similarities pushes that explanation further and further into doubt. It is not just facial resemblance. It is posture, behavior, sword philosophy, emotional intensity, and even the way both characters interact with the idea of strength and legitimacy. Kuina, in her limited but impactful presence, represents absolute ambition constrained by perceived biological limitation. Tashigi, on the other hand, represents ambition constrained by institutional structure and self-doubt within a rigid system. Yet both arrive at a similar emotional core, a frustration with the gap between what they are capable of and what the world allows them to become. That shared psychological architecture suggests something deeper than thematic writing. It suggests continuity. And continuity raises the possibility that what we are seeing is not two separate individuals reflecting each other, but fragments of a single unresolved identity expressed through different narrative forms. If that is even partially true, then the idea of identity in this context becomes less stable than it appears. It becomes something that can be divided, displaced, or reconstructed under unknown conditions. And that possibility immediately reframes every interaction involving Tashigi, not as a coincidence, but as something potentially engineered, suppressed, or altered. The most intriguing part of this theory is the suggestion that memory itself may not be as fixed in this world as it seems. While most characters operate under the assumption that identity is stable and continuous, there are repeated hints throughout the story that memories can be influenced, obscured, or even redistributed under rare circumstances. If such mechanisms exist, even if only on a limited or experimental scale, then the idea of a split identity becomes less abstract. It becomes procedural. One possibility is that Kuina did not simply die in a conventional sense, but that her identity was disrupted at the moment of her disappearance, causing a partial transfer, reconstruction, or replacement of her existence within a different context. This does not necessarily require literal survival in the physical sense. Instead, it could imply that aspects of her identity, her will, her memories, or her emotional imprint, were preserved and embedded into another individual through unknown means. Tashigi, in this framework, becomes not a copy or twin, but a vessel carrying residual elements of Kuina's identity structure. That would explain why Zoro's reactions are so intense and inconsistent when encountering her. He does not respond to her as a stranger, nor fully as a replacement. Instead, he reacts as if confronted with something familiar but incomplete. Something that triggers recognition without confirmation. That emotional dissonance is critical because it suggests that the connection is not purely visual, it is deeper, almost instinctive. And instinctive recognition is rarely based on surface-level resemblance alone. It implies that something within Zoro's perception system is detecting continuity where logic says there should be none. That contradiction is what fuels the theory. If identity can be fragmented or redistributed, then recognition becomes unreliable, and emotional responses become evidence of deeper structural truths that have not yet been openly explained. This is where the idea of government involvement begins to emerge as a serious possibility rather than speculative noise. Because if identity manipulation, memory alteration, or controlled displacement were ever to exist in this world, it would almost certainly not be a random phenomenon. It would be institutional, structured, managed by an organization with the resources and authority to observe, test, and contain such processes. The world government, with its history of suppressing information, erasing records, and controlling historical narratives, becomes the most likely candidate for any system capable of interfering with identity at this level. If Kuina's disappearance was not a simple accident, but instead part of a larger operation, whether experimental, protective, or corrective, then Tashigi's existence within the Marines takes on an entirely different meaning. She would not simply be a Marine who resembles someone from Zoro's past. She would be a controlled outcome of a process designed to relocate or stabilize something that could not remain in its original form. That would also explain Smoker's unusual protective behavior toward her, which now takes on additional weight. If Smoker is aware, even partially, that Tashigi's identity is not fully original or stable, his actions could be interpreted as containment rather than mentorship. Not containment in a hostile sense, but containment as preservation, ensuring that whatever truth exists beneath her surface is not prematurely exposed. Because premature exposure could destabilize more than just her identity. It could disrupt the narrative integrity of the system that governs how information about the past is maintained. And in a world where history itself is tightly controlled, identity becomes just another layer of that control. A layer that can be edited, redirected, or repurposed when necessary. That possibility reframes Tashigi entirely. She is no longer just a Marine officer with a familiar face. She becomes a potential product of historical intervention, a living variable in a controlled system of memory, identity, and perception management. And if that is true, then Kuina's death may not have been an ending at all. It may have been a transition point where her identity ceased to exist in one form and began to exist in another, fragmented or redistributed across an unfamiliar framework. The emotional impact of this theory becomes especially significant when viewed through Zoro's perspective, because his relationship with Kuina was not casual, it was foundational. She represents the origin point of his entire philosophy of strength, the benchmark against which he defines his growth. So when someone appears who mirrors her so closely, the effect is not merely visual recognition. It is structural disruption. It forces him to confront the possibility that his past is not as fixed as he believed, that something essential may have changed without his awareness. And that creates an emotional mirror effect where Tashigi becomes more than just a reminder. She becomes a destabilizing presence that reflects unresolved tension within him. Every interaction carries the weight of unanswered questions. Every resemblance triggers a collision between memory and reality. And that collision does not resolve cleanly. Instead, it produces ambiguity. Because if Tashigi is connected to Kuina in a literal or structural sense, then Zoro's understanding of his own past is incomplete. But if she is not, then the intensity of his reaction becomes harder to explain through logic alone. That duality is what keeps the theory alive. It refuses to settle into a single interpretation. And in narrative terms, that kind of unresolved duality often signals something intentionally hidden rather than coincidental. Because stories rarely maintain such persistent ambiguity around identity unless there is a deeper layer waiting to be revealed. And that deeper layer, if it exists, would likely involve systems beyond individual characters, systems capable of altering, preserving, or redistributing identity information across time. Which brings everything back to the same central implication. If Kuina and Tashigi are connected beyond coincidence, then the connection is not personal, it is structural. And structures of that scale are rarely independent of authority, And that is where the final implication becomes unavoidable. The truth may connect to the government. Because the world government is the only entity within this world consistently shown to manipulate history, suppress knowledge, and control the narrative surrounding key events. If identity alteration, memory fragmentation, or controlled displacement is part of that system, then Kuina's disappearance and Tashigi's existence cannot be viewed in isolation. They become part of a larger framework of information control that extends beyond individual lives into the architecture of history itself. In that framework, people are not just individuals, they are data points, narratives, and potential variables in a controlled historical model. Kuina may represent a case where an identity was deemed unstable, incomplete, or strategically transferable. Tashigi may represent the outcome of that transfer, stabilized within a new environment under a different role that obscures her origin. And Zoro, unknowingly, becomes the emotional anchor that exposes the inconsistency in that system. Because his recognition of Kuina through Tashigi is not something that can be easily erased or explained away. It persists. It resurfaces. It challenges the idea that identity can be fully contained once altered. And that challenge is dangerous to any system that relies on controlled history. Which is why, if this theory holds any truth at all, it would not remain a personal mystery between characters. It would scale upward, into institutions, into governments, into the mechanisms that decide what versions of the past are allowed to exist in the present. And that is what makes the Kuina-Tashigi connection so much more than a resemblance. It becomes a potential fracture point in the world's controlled narrative, one that suggests identity itself may not be fixed at all, but something that can be split, shifted, or rewritten under forces that operate far beyond what most individuals are ever allowed to see. The idea that the Shimotsuki clan might be connected to the Revolutionary Army starts as something that feels almost speculative, but the more you trace the patterns across the world, the more it begins to resemble a structured possibility rather than a random theory. Because the Shimotsuki name does not behave like a simple regional lineage confined to Wano, it behaves like a dispersed influence, appearing in places and people that do not fully explain how they are connected. Kozaburo's departure from Wano is the first major fracture point in that structure, but it is not the end of the dispersion, it is the beginning. Once knowledge, philosophy, and swordcraft tied to a closed nation like Wano begin spreading outward, they inevitably intersect with other systems operating in secrecy. And among those systems, the Revolutionary Army stands out as the most likely counterpart, not because it is directly confirmed, but because it is structurally aligned with the kind of hidden movement the Shimotsuki migration represents. The Revolutionary Army operates in silence, across nations, beneath the awareness of the world government, collecting fragments of truth, people, and history that have been suppressed or displaced. The Shimotsuki lineage, meanwhile, carries elements that feel deliberately preserved, yet strategically distributed. That combination, preservation plus distribution, creates the exact kind of overlap where hidden collaboration becomes possible. If Kozaburo and those who followed him carried not just swords but ideological or cultural seeds, then those seeds would naturally find grounding in groups that operate outside official systems. And the Revolutionary Army is the most organized embodiment of that outside structure. Which raises the question, was the Shimotsuki dispersion accidental exile or coordinated relocation? If we push that idea further, the implications become more complex. because relocation of knowledge alone does not require secrecy at the level the story hints at. But relocation of people, especially individuals tied to significant legacies or potential threats, does. And the Revolutionary Army is one of the few factions in the world capable of facilitating that kind of movement without detection. If certain Shimotsuki descendants, or individuals connected to their philosophy, were deemed important enough to preserve outside of Wano's isolation, then relocation would be a logical method of protection. Not protection from immediate danger, but protection from historical erasure, political suppression, or forced control by larger institutions. In that sense, the Revolutionary Army might not just be a resistance group, it might also function as a preservation network, a system designed to ensure that certain identities, bloodlines, or ideologies survive outside the reach of the world government's historical manipulation. That reframes the Shimotsuki connection entirely. It is no longer just about swords or martial tradition. It becomes about continuity of identity under conditions of global suppression. And that is where the theory begins to overlap with the idea of identity rewriting. Because if the world government is capable of erasing history, then opposing forces would need methods not just of protection, but of adaptation. That could include changing names, altering records, embedding individuals in new environments, or even distributing fragments of identity across multiple locations to reduce traceability. In such a system, identity is no longer fixed, it becomes modular. Pieces of a person's origin, memory, or symbolic presence can exist separately from their recognized identity. And that opens the possibility that individuals connected to Shimotsuki history may exist in forms that are not immediately recognizable as part of that lineage. Not because the lineage is gone, but because it has been deliberately obscured for protection. This is where Tashigi and Kuina re-enter the discussion in a broader, more structural way. Because if identity protection or rewriting has ever been applied to Shimotsuki-related individuals, then Kuina's disappearance and Tashigi's emergence begin to look less like isolated narrative events and more like linked outcomes of a larger system. The Revolutionary Army, if involved, would not necessarily erase identity. They would preserve it in fragmented or indirect forms to prevent detection. That means a person's existence could continue, but not in a way that is immediately traceable to their origin. Physical relocation combined with identity restructuring would allow someone to survive within the world while remaining hidden from systems that might otherwise target them. In that context, Tashigi's resemblance to Kuina becomes more than a coincidence or symbolic writing. It becomes a potential artifact of identity preservation under disguise. She would not need to consciously be Kuina to carry aspects of Kuina's identity structure. Instead, she could represent a reconstructed or partially preserved version of that identity placed into a new environment with modified memory continuity. And if Smoker's protective behavior is viewed through this lens, it gains additional depth. His role may not be just emotional or personal, it may be procedural. A safeguard ensuring that whatever fragmented truth exists within Tashigi is not destabilized by external exposure before the proper conditions are met. The Revolutionary Army, operating in the background, would logically support such containment strategies if they were part of a broader system designed to preserve individuals from being fully erased by the world government. And that would explain why so many elements surrounding Tashigi feel deliberately restrained rather than openly revealed. It is not that the information is absent, it is that it is controlled, filtered through layers of protection that prevent full exposure of origin. However, even if the Revolutionary Army is involved in this system of relocation and identity preservation, that still may not represent the deepest layer of the structure at work. Because beneath any organized resistance network lies the question of why such systems are necessary in the first place. Why identity must be protected? Why must lineage be dispersed? Why certain names, bloodlines, or philosophies cannot remain fully visible within the world as it exists? The answer, if we follow the internal logic of the story, points towards something larger than both the world government and its opposition: a fundamental instability in how history itself is managed. The world government controls history through suppression, but the Revolutionary Army counters that through preservation. Yet both operate within the same framework: that history is something that can be edited, hidden, or redistributed. If that assumption is correct, then identity itself becomes part of that editable structure. Which means Shimotsuki connection to either side is not just about alliance or resistance, it is about survival within a system where existence itself can be rewritten. And that introduces a far more unsettling possibility: that neither side fully controls the process. That identity fragmentation, relocation, and rewriting may not be exclusive tools of one faction or another, but symptoms of a deeper mechanism embedded in the world's structure. A mechanism that governs how memory, lineage, and historical presence are distributed across time. In that case, the Revolutionary Army is not the origin of identity protection. It is a response to a pre-existing condition. A condition where certain identities cannot remain intact without intervention. And Shimotsuki involvement, whether direct or indirect, would simply be one expression of that larger survival system. Which means even if Kozaburo's departure, the Revolutionary Army's possible protection, and Tashigi's existence all align, they are still not the root cause. They are reactions to something deeper. And that is where the final realization emerges. Even the Revolutionary Army connection is not the deepest layer. Because beneath resistance, beneath preservation, beneath identity rewriting, there is still the question of why these identities are subject to instability in the first place. If certain lineages require protection, relocation, or fragmentation just to survive within the world's historical system, then the instability is not accidental. It is structural. Something in the foundation of the world itself produces conditions where identity cannot remain fully intact without intervention. That means the Revolutionary Army is operating within a cycle, not outside of it. They are managing symptoms, not origins. And the Shimotsuki clan, in this interpretation, becomes one of many lineages caught within that cycle, forced to disperse, adapt, and reappear in altered forms across the world in order to persist. Kozaburo's journey, Tashigi's ambiguous identity, Kuina's unresolved presence, and Zoro's inherited connection all become pieces of a larger pattern where identity is never fully destroyed, but never fully preserved either. It is continuously restructured, recontextualized, and redistributed across systems that neither fully control nor fully understand it. And if that is the case, then the Revolutionary Army is not the final answer. It is just one layer in a much older mechanism of survival within a world where history itself behaves like a controlled but unstable system. Because beneath all of it, the clans, the swords, the hidden movements, and the rewritten identities, there remains a deeper truth that has not yet been fully revealed. A truth that suggests the real structure governing everything is still hidden, still active, and still shaping every fragment of identity we think we understand. And that is why even this explanation, as large as it is, still isn't the deepest layer. Vegapunk sits at the center of one of the most unsettling possibilities in the entire world structure. That science in this universe is not just about invention or progress, but about redefining what a person is. On the surface, he is presented as the greatest mind of the modern era, someone capable of replicating devil fruit abilities, engineering living weapons, and pushing technology far beyond what most nations can even comprehend. But the deeper implication of his work, especially when you connect it to fragmented ideas like identity instability, memory manipulation, and historical suppression, is that Vegapunk is not just studying the physical world. He is studying the architecture of existence itself. Because in a world where devil fruits can carry will, where objects can inherit personality-like traits, and where history can be erased or rewritten, the boundary between science and metaphysics is already blurred. Vegapunk does not operate in a purely mechanical framework. He operates in a system where consciousness, memory, and identity behave like data structures that can potentially be observed, copied, stored, or even altered. That alone changes everything. Because if memory is not just a biological byproduct but a manipulable system, then identity is no longer fixed. It becomes editable. And once identity becomes editable, the concept of a self stops being absolute. It becomes something that can be reconstructed, redistributed, or even partially replaced, depending on the capability of the technology involved. Vegapunk's experiments with cloning, artificial intelligence, and consciousness replication begin to hint at exactly that direction. His creations are not just tools, they are extensions of thought processes, fragments of cognition externalized into independent entities. And if thought can be externalized, then it can also be separated. Which leads directly into the most disturbing implication of all, that a person's identity might not be bound to a single body anymore, but instead exists as a collection of components that can be moved, stored, or reassembled under controlled conditions. When you extend this idea further, Vegapunk's role begins to overlap with something far more controversial than invention: memory engineering. The concept that memories themselves can be treated as structured information rather than intangible experiences opens the door to reconstruction. If memories can be extracted, analyzed, and reinserted, then identity ceases to be continuous. It becomes modular. A person could, in theory, lose their past and still function, or gain a past that was not originally theirs and still believe it fully. That possibility reframes many anomalies in the world, especially cases where identity appears inconsistent, fragmented, or suspiciously aligned with another individual's history. If memory engineering exists at scale, then identity duplication or partial transfer is no longer theoretical. It becomes a tool. A dangerous one, but a tool nonetheless. Vegapunk's scientific philosophy already leans toward breaking traditional boundaries between life and machine, consciousness and computation. His ability to replicate human traits into artificial bodies suggests that he is not just observing life, he is decomposing it into reproducible units. And if life can be decomposed, then identity can be segmented. The implications for history are immediate and severe. Because if memories define personal history, and those memories can be altered, then history itself becomes vulnerable to reconstruction at the individual level. A person could remember events that never happened, forget events that did, or carry partial truths that distort their understanding of reality. Scale that up to populations, and the potential for systemic rewriting becomes obvious. Entire generations could be shaped through controlled memory frameworks, not just by suppressing information externally, but by altering how that information is internally stored. That is a far more powerful form of control than simple censorship. It is internalized history editing. And if Vegapunk's research touches even partially on this domain, then the world government's interest in him becomes not just strategic, but existential. Because whoever controls memory controls perception. And whoever controls perception controls what truth even means. This is where the connection between science and soul theories becomes unavoidable. Because devil fruits already complicate the boundary between physical ability and abstract will. Objects can carry intent. Powers can manifest personality traits. Even inherited will appears to persist across generations in ways that resemble non-physical transmission of identity. Vegapunk, being the only scientist capable of deeply analyzing devil fruit mechanics, is uniquely positioned to interpret this phenomenon not as magic, but as a system that potentially encodes aspects of consciousness into reproducible or transferable formats. If that interpretation is correct, then what the world calls will might actually be a structured informational pattern embedded in biological and metaphysical systems. And if it is structured, it can be mapped. If it can be mapped, it can be manipulated. And if it can be manipulated, it can be reconstructed. That is where identity engineering becomes more than theory. It becomes applied science. The idea that a person's essence can be partially extracted, stored, or reinserted into a new context is no longer purely speculative in a world where Vegapunk's technology already blurs the line between life and replication. His work suggests that consciousness is not strictly bound to a single vessel. Instead, it behaves like something transferable under the right conditions. And that opens the possibility that identity fragmentation is not always accidental. It could be engineered. Whether for preservation, experimentation, or control, the ability to break identity into components and redistribute it would fundamentally alter how individuals exist within society. And if that technology is being studied, refined, or even tested, then cases of ambiguous identity, unexplained resemblance, or emotional recognition across unrelated individuals begin to take on a new meaning. They are no longer just narrative coincidences. They become potential side effects of a world experimenting with the limits of what a person is allowed to be. And this is where history itself begins to darken. Because if memory can be engineered, if identity can be reconstructed, and if consciousness can be partially externalized, then the line between past and present becomes unstable. History is no longer a fixed record. It becomes a malleable system that can be adjusted not only through external censorship, but through internal reconstruction of those who experienced it. That means the world government's ability to erase or hide history may only be one layer of control. The deeper layer could involve ensuring that even if history is encountered, it is not perceived correctly. Or worse, that it is perceived differently depending on who encounters it. Vegapunk's position within this framework makes him both an innovator and a threat. Because his research does not just create new tools, it creates new definitions of reality. If identity can be engineered, then individuals are no longer stable witnesses to history. They become variables that can be adjusted to align with desired outcomes. That makes truth itself unstable. And instability at that level is not just scientific. It is political, existential, and structural. It means that the world is not just hiding information from its people. It may be shaping the very capacity of people to interpret information at all. And once that possibility enters the framework, everything becomes harder to trust. Memories, identities, and even emotional recognition could be influenced by systems that operate far beyond individual awareness. Vegapunk's science, in this interpretation, becomes the bridge between physical reality and controlled perception. A bridge that allows history to be rewritten not just in books or records, but in minds. And that is far more dangerous than simple suppression, because suppression can be uncovered. But reconstructed perception feels real to the person experiencing it. And that is where everything converges into a much darker realization. If Vegapunk's work truly intersects with memory engineering, identity reconstruction, and consciousness replication, then the world is already operating on a foundation where the self is no longer absolute. It is editable, transferable, and potentially replaceable under certain conditions. That means individuals like Kuina, Tashigi, or any other identity-linked anomalies are not necessarily isolated mysteries. They could be symptoms of a larger system where identity is no longer guaranteed to remain intact across time. And if that system exists, then the implications extend beyond science into governance, history, and human existence itself. Because the ability to reconstruct identity means the ability to redefine accountability, memory, and truth. It means the past is not just something to be preserved or erased. It is something that can be reshaped in real time within individuals. Vegapunk may not be the origin of this system, but he is one of the few capable of revealing its mechanics. And that makes him dangerous not just to the world government, but to the very structure of reality as it is currently understood. Because once identity is no longer fixed, everything built upon it begins to lose stability. And that is why this is not just science anymore. This is something far deeper, something far more unsettling. Because once memory becomes engineering and identity becomes reconstruction, then the world is no longer just being studied. It is being rewritten from the inside. Big Mom's survival after what should have been an absolute, irreversible defeat is one of those moments that quietly destabilizes how power is supposed to work in this world. On the surface, the explanation is simple. She is overwhelmingly strong, monstrously durable, and built differently from almost everyone else. But that explanation starts to break down the moment you actually look at the conditions surrounding her fall. This wasn't just a loss in battle. It was exposure to an environment that should have ended her existence entirely. And yet, she persists. Not in a clean, triumphant way, but in a way that feels unfinished, unresolved, as if the concept of defeat does not fully apply to her in the same way it applies to others. That alone raises a structural question. What does it actually mean to defeat someone who is not operating under normal biological or psychological constraints? Because Big Mom is not just a human being with exceptional strength. She is a convergence of factors that already bend the rules of identity. Her physiology, her emotional instability, her devil fruit ability, and her fragmented psychological state all contribute to a form of existence that is not stable in the conventional sense. So when she survives an event that should have ended her, it doesn't just suggest durability. It suggests that the definition of end itself may not apply to her in a normal way. And that is where the mystery begins to shift from physical survival to something far more unsettling. Because survival in this case is not just about avoiding death. It is about what remains when a system that should have collapsed continues to function anyway. The key to understanding this lies in her connection to soul manipulation, specifically through the Soru Soru no Mi. This ability does not just allow her to extract and distribute lifespans. It fundamentally alters the concept of what a self is. Because if soul fragments can be taken, stored, embedded into objects, and then given independent functionality, then identity is no longer confined to a single body. It becomes distributed across multiple vessels. Homies are not just animated objects. They are extensions of extracted will, emotion, and life force. And Big Mom's interaction with them is not passive control. It is integration. She exists alongside fragments of herself and others in a system where personality, emotion, and identity can be externalized. That alone creates instability in how her consciousness is structured. Because if parts of a person's self are distributed externally, then destruction of the main body does not necessarily equal destruction of the entire identity network. It only collapses the central anchor. And if enough fragments remain intact, or if the system is capable of rebalancing itself, then what appears to be survival is actually reconstitution. Not resurrection in a mystical sense, but structural reassembly of a distributed identity system. That interpretation reframes her survival entirely. Instead of asking how she survived physically, the more accurate question becomes, what parts of her were actually destroyed, and what parts were always external to begin with? If her soul network extends beyond her physical form through homies, stored lifespans, and embedded emotional fragments, then her defeat may have only disrupted one layer of her existence, not all of it. And that means Big Mom is not a single point of failure system. She is a distributed system of identity, capable of persistence even when one node collapses. This is where the idea of multiple influencing personalities becomes critical. Big Mom is not psychologically singular in the way most characters are. Her behavior shifts depending on emotional triggers, hunger states, past trauma echoes, and external influences that seem to surface unpredictably. The presence of Mother Carmel's influence within her memory structure already introduces the possibility that her identity is not entirely self-contained. If memories can be absorbed, overwritten, or partially merged with external personalities, then Big Mom's mind is not just her own, it is layered. And those layers do not always align. At times, her actions reflect childlike emotional states. At other times, she displays calculated political awareness. And at her most unstable, she becomes something closer to a force of nature than a person. That inconsistency suggests that her consciousness is not unified in the traditional sense. It is modular, with different personality states emerging based on internal or external pressure conditions. If that is true, then survival after defeat becomes easier to explain, because what gets defeated may only be one configuration of her identity, not the entire structure. The underlying system continues to operate, even if the dominant personality layer is temporarily disrupted. That is why she does not simply vanish after catastrophic damage. Instead, she re-emerges in altered states, sometimes weakened, sometimes confused, but never fully erased. And that persistence suggests a deeper rule. Big Mom's identity is not linear. It is cyclical and layered, capable of reconfiguration rather than termination. And in such a system, death becomes ambiguous. It is no longer a single endpoint. It becomes a state of instability within a larger, still active structure. But the most important implication of all this is that Big Mom might not be unique in this regard. Her case may be the most visible, the most extreme, but it fits into a broader pattern of identity instability that appears across the world in different forms. The existence of soul-based abilities, memory alteration possibilities, artificial beings with inherited wills, and individuals whose identities seem partially displaced or reconstructed all point toward a system where identity is not as fixed as it appears. Big Mom simply represents the most exaggerated version of that system in action. If souls can be extracted and redistributed, if memories can carry external influence, and if will can persist beyond physical destruction, then survival after defeat is not an exception. It is a logical outcome under certain conditions. That means there may be others who share similar structural properties without being as obvious about it. Individuals whose identities are partially distributed, partially reconstructed, or partially influenced by external systems in ways that allow them to persist beyond conventional limits. Big Mom's survival, in that sense, is not just a story about power. It is a demonstration of how fragile the concept of ending truly is in a world where identity is not bound to a single stable form. And once you accept that possibility, it becomes harder to draw clear lines between victory and defeat, between life and continuation, between destruction and redistribution. Because if identity can persist in fragments, then what looks like an ending may only be a transition into another state of existence. And this leads to the final realization. Big Mom might not be the only one like this. Because once a system allows for distributed identity, soul fragmentation, and personality layering, it stops being an anomaly and starts becoming a structural feature of the world itself. Big Mom is simply the most visible expression of a deeper principle, that existence in this world is not strictly binary. It is not just alive or dead, present or gone, defeated or victorious. It is layered, conditional, and sometimes distributed across multiple anchors that allow continuity even when one anchor fails. That means survival after catastrophic defeat is not a violation of rules. It is evidence that the rules themselves are more complex than they appear. And if Big Mom embodies that complexity through her soul-based system, then it is entirely possible that other characters, factions, or hidden systems also operate under similar principles without being fully recognized. Some may rely on technology, like advanced reconstruction systems. Others may rely on inherited will or fragmented memory structures. Others still may exist in partial states of identity, without ever being fully conscious of their distributed nature. Big Mom simply makes the system visible because her power externalizes what others keep internal. And that visibility forces a question that cannot be easily ignored. If one of the world's most destructive figures cannot be fully ended through conventional means, then how many others share that same structural immunity without anyone realizing it yet? Because in a world where identity is no longer singular, survival is no longer about strength alone. It is about structure. And structures like that do not disappear easily. They persist, they adapt, and they wait for the next configuration to emerge. Mother Carmel's influence inside Big Mom is one of those unsettling threads that becomes harder to dismiss the more you examine Big Mom's behavior over time. On the surface, Carmel is gone, erased in a single catastrophic moment that should have ended her presence entirely. But Big Mom's story refuses to treat that moment as a clean separation. Instead, there are lingering inconsistencies in Big Mom's personality, memory gaps, emotional reactions, and sudden behavioral shifts that feel less like simple trauma responses and more like structural overlap between two identities that were never fully separated. The idea of soul merging begins here, not as a magical abstraction, but as a possible consequence of how the Soru Soru no Mi actually functions at its deepest level. If souls are not just energy but structured identity fragments, carrying memory, personality tendencies, emotional imprints, and will, then absorbing a soul is not simply adding power. It is introducing another layer of consciousness into the host system. In Big Mom's case, that system is already unstable due to her own fractured psychological development, meaning any external soul integration would not remain isolated. It would begin to interact with her existing identity structure. And if Carmel's soul was ever absorbed in a complete or partial form, then what remains is not just influence, it is overlap. That overlap is where identity begins to blur. Because once two structured consciousness patterns occupy the same system, they do not remain separate. They compete, they blend, or one begins to overwrite the other, depending on dominance conditions. And Big Mom, with her extreme emotional volatility and episodic instability, becomes the perfect environment for that kind of merging to persist without resolution. The idea of identity overwrite becomes more apparent when you examine Big Mom's memory behavior and personality shifts across different periods of her life. There is a clear distinction between her younger self, her Rocks-era self, and her present form, and those distinctions are not just physical, they are psychological discontinuities. Her behavior changes in ways that suggest more than just aging or trauma accumulation. There are moments where her emotional responses feel disconnected from her current personality baseline, as if older layers of identity are surfacing unexpectedly. If Carmel's influence is embedded within her soul structure, then those fluctuations could represent moments where the embedded identity layer temporarily overrides or distorts the dominant personality. This would explain why Big Mom sometimes displays maternal warmth, strategic clarity, or even manipulative calmness that contrasts sharply with her otherwise chaotic emotional state. These are not necessarily contradictions. They could be alternating expressions of different identity layers within the same system. Identity overwrite does not require full replacement. It can occur gradually, through repeated reinforcement of certain emotional pathways triggered by stress, hunger, memory fragmentation, or external stimuli. Over time, the embedded identity begins to influence decision-making patterns, reshaping behavior without fully erasing the original self. That is why Big Mom does not simply become Carmel or remain fully herself. Instead, she exists in a hybridized state where both identity structures coexist in tension. And that tension is unstable. It does not resolve, it cycles, which leads directly into her transformation patterns. Big Mom's transformation cycles, especially her hunger-driven episodes and emotional collapses, can be interpreted as surface expressions of deeper internal conflict between competing identity structures. Trauma acts as the trigger mechanism that destabilizes her primary consciousness layer, allowing suppressed or embedded personality fragments to rise to the surface. In this framework, her violent hunger pangs are not just physical or psychological episodes. They are system resets, moments where control breaks down and underlying identity layers temporarily reorganize dominance hierarchy. During these periods, her behavior becomes less predictable, more instinct-driven, and often more destructive. That unpredictability is not random. It is symptomatic of a system struggling to maintain coherence under multiple competing identity influences. If Carmel's soul remains partially integrated within Big Mom, then trauma-induced instability would naturally allow Carmel-like traits to resurface, especially those tied to control, authority, or emotional manipulation of children and homies. This would also explain why Big Mom's personality feels cyclical rather than linear. She does not steadily evolve in a single direction. Instead, she oscillates between states: childlike vulnerability, authoritarian control, emotional instability, and strategic clarity. Each state can be interpreted as a different configuration of internal identity dominance. Trauma does not just damage her, it reorganizes her. And each reorganization increases the likelihood that embedded influences become more deeply integrated into her baseline behavior. Over time, this creates a feedback loop. Trauma triggers instability. Instability allows identity overlap to surface. Overlap reshapes behavior, and reshaped behavior creates new conditions for further trauma. The result is not a stable personality under stress, but a constantly shifting identity system that never fully resolves into a single coherent self. And that is where the true horror of soul-merging theory begins to emerge. Not in the idea of possession, but in the idea of gradual replacement through repetition and stress cycles that never fully end. But even this explanation, as complex as it is, may still be missing a broader pattern. Because souls are not the only thing repeating in this world. Across different characters, factions, and historical layers, there is a consistent theme of recurrence, of wills, identities, symbols, and events echoing across time in slightly altered forms. If souls can merge, then they can also fragment. If identities can overlap, they can also reappear in distorted reflections elsewhere. Big Mom's case may simply be one of the most extreme examples of a much larger systemic principle, that nothing in this world is truly singular. Everything carries echoes. Everything leaves imprints. And those imprints do not disappear when the original source is gone. They persist, sometimes independently, sometimes embedded in other systems, sometimes resurfacing in unexpected forms. Carmel's lingering influence inside Big Mom may therefore not be an isolated anomaly, but part of a broader pattern where identity is never fully erased, only redistributed. Trauma, in this sense, does not just damage individuals. It exposes the underlying structure of repetition that governs how identity behaves across the world. Big Mom becomes a focal point where this structure becomes visible because her system is unstable enough to reveal it. But that does not mean she is unique. It means she is exposed. And if exposure is possible here, then it may be possible elsewhere as well, hidden beneath stable personalities, political systems, or historical narratives that appear fixed, but may actually be layered with unresolved echoes of other identities that have never fully disappeared. And that leads to the final realization. The cycle is not limited to souls alone. What we are witnessing through Mother Carmel's lingering influence is not just a case of identity overlap. It is a demonstration of how repetition itself governs the deeper structure of existence in this world. Souls repeat. Will repeats. Trauma repeats. Even historical patterns repeat across generations in altered but recognizable forms. Big Mom's condition is simply one expression of that principle, where identity does not end but continues through distortion, fragmentation, and reassembly across unstable boundaries. Carmel's presence inside her is not just a haunting remnant. It is a sign that nothing truly leaves the system entirely once it has been integrated into it. Instead, it persists in altered states, waiting for conditions that allow it to resurface. And if that is true for souls, then it may also be true for identities, events, and even entire historical structures. Which means Big Mom is not just a character defined by power or instability. She is a living example of a world where nothing is ever truly final. Everything repeats, everything overlaps, and everything leaves something behind that refuses to fully disappear. And that realization reframes everything that came before it. Because once you accept that souls are not the only thing repeating, you begin to see that the entire world may be built on cycles that are far more persistent and far more unsettling than anyone realizes. The idea of a 38-year world cycle is not something the story ever explicitly confirms. But once you start mapping the major historical flashpoints, the pattern becomes difficult to ignore. Certain catastrophic events, regime shifts, and world-changing incidents appear to cluster in intervals that feel strangely consistent when placed side by side. God Valley stands out as the most obvious anchor point in this structure, not just because of its scale, but because of its role as a convergence point for multiple future legends. Rock's pirates, Roger, Garp, and the hidden forces of the world government all collided there in a way that feels less like a coincidence and more like a structural reset. If you treat God Valley as a baseline marker, then the idea of repeating cycles begins to form a framework. Approximately every few decades, something major destabilizes the global order, reshapes power structures, and reintroduces familiar themes under new identities. These are not identical events repeating mechanically, but echoes, variations of the same underlying pattern expressed through different actors. And the number 38, while not officially emphasized, emerges as a consistent spacing in certain interpretations of generational shifts, inherited will transitions, and major historical disruptions. If that interval is intentional or structural, then it suggests that the world itself may be operating on a repeating historical rhythm that governs when large-scale upheaval becomes inevitable. And if that is true, then God Valley is not just a historical incident, It is a reference point that defines the spacing of everything that follows. Once you accept God Valley as an anchor, the next step is to examine what happens before and after it. Before God Valley, there is the rise of the Rocks Pirates, a chaotic convergence of powerful individuals who do not fit neatly into any existing world order. After God Valley, those same individuals are either gone, transformed, or redirected into roles that shape the modern era. Roger rises into the Pirate King mythos. Garp becomes the marine hero of legend, and the world government quietly reinforces its control over historical narratives. This transition is not just political, it is structural. It resets the power hierarchy while preserving the underlying tensions that caused the conflict in the first place. That is where the idea of repetition becomes more than metaphor. Because if the conditions that led to God Valley are not fully resolved, then they can reappear in altered forms later. And when you trace forward through time, you begin to see similar patterns emerging in different configurations. Large-scale conflicts involving multiple factions, sudden shifts in power balance, mysterious disappearances of key historical figures, and the emergence of individuals who carry inherited traits or ideological fragments from past eras. These are not exact repeats of God Valley, but they feel like functional equivalents, moments where the world briefly converges toward instability before resetting again. That implies a cycle not of repetition in detail, but repetition in structure. The actors change, the names change, the context changes, but the underlying mechanism remains consistent. Tension accumulates, reaches a critical point, collapses into chaos, and then reorganizes into a new hierarchy that preserves unresolved elements from the previous cycle. If this 38-year framework is applied consistently, it suggests that history in this world does not move linearly, it moves in waves. Each wave carries forward unresolved contradictions from the previous one, while introducing new variables that eventually lead to another collapse point. In that sense, the world is never truly progressing toward resolution. It is iterating, and each iteration leaves behind traces of the previous cycle embedded in new structures. This is where inherited will become relevant again, because it provides a mechanism for continuity across cycles. Individuals may die, factions may fall, and events may be erased or rewritten, but certain ideological or emotional imprints persist and re-emerge in later generations. That persistence creates the illusion of continuity across cycles, even when the surface-level world appears completely different. It also explains why certain themes keep resurfacing: liberation versus control, hidden history versus enforced narrative, inherited destiny versus individual freedom. These are not random philosophical motifs. They are structural constants that reappear because the underlying system that generates historical events has not changed. It simply resets configurations. God Valley represents one of the most visible resets, but not necessarily the only one. If earlier or later cycles exist, they may have been erased, obscured, or reframed to fit the current historical narrative controlled by dominant powers. Which means the 38-year spacing is not just about timing, it is about concealment. Each cycle may deliberately hide traces of the previous one to maintain the illusion of linear history, even though the structure itself is cyclical. This is where the idea of new actors becomes crucial, because cycles do not repeat exact individuals. They repeat roles. In each cycle, certain archetypes reappear: the conqueror, the liberator, the hidden ruler, the chaotic disruptor, the inherited heir, the suppressed truth-bearer. These roles may be filled by entirely different people, but their function within the system remains consistent. That is why historical parallels feel so strong even when direct connections are unclear. The system is not reproducing individuals, it is reproducing functions. God Valley had its specific cast, but later events mirror its structure through different participants. The same tension between world control and chaotic resistance reappears in new forms, suggesting that the underlying conflict is never fully resolved. Instead, it is redistributed. The world government maintains continuity by suppressing information about past cycles, while emerging forces unknowingly step into roles that have already been played before. This creates a layered illusion of originality over a repeating foundation. And within that illusion, individuals believe they are shaping history, when in reality they are often reenacting structural patterns that have already occurred in different forms. That does not diminish their importance, it actually intensifies it, because it means every cycle carries the potential for deviation. Even small changes in how roles are filled can accumulate across cycles, eventually leading to structural instability or transformation. Which raises the question, is the cycle purely repetitive, or is it evolving through iteration? If each 38-year cycle introduces slight variations, then history is not a loop, it is a spiral, returning to similar points but at different levels of complexity. And if that spiral continues long enough, it may eventually converge toward a breaking point where repetition can no longer sustain itself. And that is where the final implication emerges. Every cycle leads to something hidden, because cycles that repeat without resolution inevitably accumulate unresolved fragments. Hidden truths, suppressed histories, incomplete transformations, and unfulfilled ideological shifts do not disappear between cycles. They persist beneath them. God Valley may be one of the moments where these hidden elements briefly surfaced before being suppressed again. But suppression is not elimination. It is displacement. And displaced elements tend to resurface under different conditions in later cycles. That means each 38-year interval is not just a reset. It is also a storage mechanism for unresolved history. Over time, this creates layers beneath layers, where the current world is built on top of multiple buried cycles that still influence its structure in subtle ways. And if enough cycles accumulate without full resolution, the pressure of those hidden layers could eventually destabilize the entire system. That is why the concept of a cycle is never just about repetition. It is about convergence. Each iteration brings the world closer to something that has been building across generations, something that remains hidden but increasingly influential. God Valley was not just an endpoint of one cycle. It may have been a transfer point where unresolved elements were passed into the next layer of history. And if that is true, then the current era is not separate from what came before. It is carrying the weight of every previous cycle stacked beneath it, which means the world is not simply repeating history, it is accumulating it. And every cycle leads not just to another repetition, but to something hidden beneath all of them, waiting for the moment when repetition can no longer contain what has been building underneath. Joy Boy's symbol appearing across the world is one of those details that feels almost invisible at first. until you start deliberately mapping it, and then it stops feeling like decoration and starts feeling like communication. The whale tail-like emblem, often interpreted in fragments, stylized crests, or partial markings, shows up in places that do not seem logically connected at first glance. Ancient ruins, cultural insignias, isolated kingdoms, and even subtle visual motifs embedded in architecture and artifacts that predate the current world order. What makes it especially unsettling is not just its existence, but its distribution pattern. It is not confined to one region or one faction. It appears across oceans, across political systems, across cultures that otherwise have no visible connection to each other. That alone suggests it is not a local symbol. It is a distributed one. And distributed symbols usually serve one of two purposes. Either they are remnants of a lost unified civilization, or they are intentionally seeded markers designed to survive fragmentation. In either case, the implication is the same. The world is carrying a shared historical layer that has not been fully acknowledged in its current narrative. The whale tail shape itself adds another layer of meaning, because it is not just abstract geometry. It is tied to oceanic imagery, movement, migration, and depth. It feels like a symbol designed to persist through time, not to be immediately understood. And when symbols behave that way, they are rarely ornamental. They are usually functional, either as identifiers, coordinates, or encoded references to something larger than themselves. Which means Joy Boy's symbol may not simply represent a person or an era. It may represent a system of memory embedded into the world itself. What makes this even more intriguing is the way the symbol seems to intersect indirectly with the Straw Hats, not through explicit confirmation, but through thematic and visual resonance. Members of the crew are repeatedly associated with motifs that echo aspects of the symbol's structure or meaning. Navigation, liberation, rebirth, exploration, and connection across fragmented worlds. It is not that they carry the symbol openly, but rather that their journey appears to align with the symbolic direction it implies. This creates a layered interpretation, where the Straw Hats are not just participants in history, but potential reactivators of a forgotten pattern. If the whale tail emblem is part of an ancient system of identity marking or ideological transmission, then the Straw Hats' scattered but increasingly convergent presence across key historical points may not be a coincidence. Instead, they could represent a modern convergence of distributed elements that once belonged to a unified framework. In that sense, the symbol is not just something they encounter, it is something they unknowingly reflect. And the more the crew expands and interacts with historically significant locations, the more the symbolic overlap increases. It begins to feel less like random visual design and more like a quiet mapping system where certain individuals, locations, and events align with fragments of a larger, forgotten identity structure. The ancient kingdom theory fits naturally into this interpretation, because if a civilization once existed with global reach and was later erased or fragmented, then symbols would be one of the most resilient remnants it could leave behind. Not texts, not records, but symbols that survive translation, cultural drift, and systemic suppression. And if Joy Boy is connected to that civilization, then his symbol is not just personal, it is infrastructural, a way of preserving identity across centuries without relying on written continuity. Which means every time the symbol appears, it is not just a reference, It is a signal that something from that lost structure is still present within the current world, even if it is not fully recognized. The ancient kingdom identity clues embedded in this symbol become more significant when you consider how fragmented historical knowledge is in the current world. Information about the Void Century is not just missing, it is actively suppressed, reconstructed, and controlled. That means any surviving elements from that era would not exist in full narrative form. They would exist as fragments, symbols, inherited traits, unexplained coincidences, and structural echoes embedded within unrelated systems. The whale tail emblem fits perfectly into that category. It is not presented as a complete story. It is scattered across unrelated contexts, forcing interpretation rather than delivering explanation. And that is often how suppressed history survives, not as documentation, but as pattern recognition. If enough fragments survive, they begin to form a hidden continuity that only becomes visible when viewed collectively. That means the symbol may function as a distributed memory system, where each instance is a partial transmission of a larger concept that can only be reconstructed through aggregation. This also explains why it appears in places that seem culturally unrelated, because the symbol is not bound to geography or political structure. It is bound to something older than both, possibly a pre-collapse system of identity encoding that allowed knowledge, ideology, or memory to persist even after the destruction of centralized records. In that framework, Joy Boy is not just a historical figure, but a reference point for that entire system. The symbol becomes his legacy not because he owned it, but because it represents the continuity of something he was part of. And that continuity does not depend on preservation in the traditional sense. It depends on recurrence, on fragments surviving long enough to be recognized again, even if their origin has been deliberately obscured. But symbols are only the surface, and that is where the real complexity begins. Because symbols, by nature, are external expressions of internal systems. They are not the thing itself. They are indicators of something deeper that cannot be directly transmitted through ordinary means. If Joy Boy's emblem appears repeatedly across the world, then what we are seeing is not the full message. It is the residue of a message system that once operated at a much higher level of coherence. The true structure behind it may involve ideology, inherited will, or even a form of distributed historical consciousness that allowed the ancient kingdom to maintain unity across vast distances without centralized control. In that sense, the symbol is not just a mark. It is a compression of meaning designed to survive collapse. And once collapse occurs, what remains are fragments that require interpretation by future generations who no longer possess the original context. That is why the symbol feels both familiar and unreadable at the same time. It is designed to be recognized, but not immediately understood. And that delay in comprehension is intentional because it ensures survival across time. However, once enough fragments are collected, they begin to form a pattern that suggests intentional design rather than random survival. And that pattern begins to point towards something larger than Joy Boy himself. A system of world-scale memory encoding that predates current historical frameworks. If that system still influences the present, then the world is not just living in the aftermath of a lost civilization, it is still operating within its shadow structure. Which means the symbol is not a relic. It is an active component of a still functioning, partially hidden system that continues to shape events without being fully understood by those living inside it. And that brings everything to its most important realization. Even if Joy Boy's symbol is everywhere, it is not the destination of understanding. It is the entry point. Because symbols, no matter how widespread or consistent, are never the full truth. They are signals pointing towards something that cannot be directly shown. If the whale tail emblem is indeed tied to Joy Boy and the ancient kingdom, then what it reveals is not just history, it is structure. A structure that has survived collapse, fragmentation, suppression, and reinterpretation. And the Straw Hat's subtle alignment with this symbol suggests they are moving through that structure without fully realizing it, encountering fragments of a system that predates the world they believe they are exploring. But even that realization is still incomplete, because recognizing the symbol does not equal understanding what it represents. It only confirms that something larger is present beneath the surface of history, continuing to influence the world in ways that are not fully visible. And that is why the most important truth is not the symbol itself, but what it implies, that the world is layered, and what appears as history is only the visible surface of a much deeper system of meaning that has been fragmented, hidden, and preserved in pieces too scattered to be fully reconstructed, until now. The idea of the one big score tied to the Rock's pirates begins as a typical pirate myth. Buried treasure, legendary captain, scattered crew, and rumors that grow larger with time. But the more the Rock's pirates are examined as a historical force, rather than just a group of powerful individuals, the less the concept of treasure fits the traditional mold of gold or jewels. Rocks D. Zebek's ambition was never framed like that of ordinary pirates. His crew itself was a contradiction. Individuals with overwhelming ambition, each with their own future legend, gathered under a single unstable banner. That alone suggests that whatever bound them together could not have been ordinary wealth. Money does not unify monsters like that for long. Power might, ideology might, but simple treasure does not explain the scale of influence the Rock's pirates had over the world stage. Which is why the one big score theory begins to shift away from physical wealth and towards something far more dangerous. Knowledge. Not just information, but structured, world-altering truth. Something capable of reshaping political systems, exposing hidden history, or destabilizing the balance maintained by the world government. If Rocks was pursuing something that large in scope, then the crew's collapse at God Valley may not have been just a defeat. It may have been a suppression event, a deliberate containment of information that could not be allowed to surface. And if that is true, then the treasure is not lost. It is buried under layers of historical rewriting, scattered across individuals, locations, and artifacts that survived the collapse in fragmented form. Once you reframe the one big score as knowledge instead of material wealth, the entire structure of the Rock's pirates starts to look less like a pirate crew and more like a convergence of competing ideologies that were temporarily aligned around a single objective. Each member of the crew represents a different interpretation of power: domination, freedom, chaos, control, survival, and ambition without restraint. Bringing all of those forces together under one captain suggests that Rocks was not simply gathering strength. He was assembling a system capable of challenging the foundational truth of the world itself. That kind of ambition does not target islands or kingdoms. It targets the structure that defines them, which means the score they were pursuing likely had implications beyond piracy. It may have been something tied to the origin of the world's political order, the Void Century, or even the mechanism behind the ancient weapons. If rocks discovered or pursued information that linked directly to those systems, then his crew would become less of a pirate alliance and more of a temporary coalition formed around forbidden knowledge. That would also explain why their downfall is treated with such narrative weight despite the lack of detailed historical records. The suppression of their story is itself evidence of significance. Because in a world where history is carefully controlled, the most dangerous information is not just hidden, it is fragmented, and fragmentation creates myths. The one big score becomes one of those myths, a simplified label for something too complex to be openly acknowledged. It becomes a container for multiple truths that cannot be individually revealed without destabilizing the current order. And in that sense, the Rock's pirates were not just searching for treasure. They were approaching a boundary the world itself was designed to prevent people from crossing. This is where Buggy enters the theory in a way that feels almost accidental, but becomes increasingly meaningful when viewed through the lens of cyclical history and inherited will. Buggy is not positioned as a figure of traditional destiny. He is chaotic, opportunistic, and often fails upward into situations far beyond his intended role. But that unpredictability is exactly what makes his connection to the one big score interesting. Because systems built on suppression and control often fail to account for randomness, and Buggy is essentially structured randomness. If the Rock's pirates' treasure is fragmented knowledge scattered across time and events, then it would not necessarily be recovered by intentional seekers alone. It could also be stumbled upon by individuals who move unpredictably through the system, intersecting with key points without understanding their significance. Buggy fits that profile almost too well. He is repeatedly placed near major historical convergence points without direct intention. That makes him less of a chosen figure and more of a statistical anomaly that keeps interacting with critical systems. If the one big score is not a single object, but a distributed set of truths or keys, then someone like Buggy could unintentionally accumulate proximity to those fragments simply by surviving and drifting through events others consider insignificant. That transforms his role from comic relief into something structurally important, a wild card in a system that otherwise operates on heavily defined roles and cycles. In that sense, Buggy does not need to understand the treasure to be connected to it. He only needs to exist in the right places at the right moments for the system to route fragments of that hidden structure toward him. And if that continues long enough, randomness begins to resemble destiny, not because it was planned for him, but because the system itself cannot fully eliminate unpredictable variables from interacting with its hidden architecture. And this is where the theory becomes significantly more dangerous, because the one big score stops being just a pirate legend and begins to align with larger world systems, specifically those tied to ancient power structures and suppressed historical technology. If Rox was pursuing knowledge that the world government actively hides, then that knowledge is likely connected to foundational elements of world control, most notably the ancient weapons and the true history of the world's formation. In that context, treasure becomes a misleading term. What they were searching for may have been a key, a blueprint, or a distributed set of coordinates that unlock understanding of systems like Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. These are not just weapons in the traditional sense. They are structural forces tied to the world's geography, biology, and possibly even atmospheric or celestial systems. If the one big score is connected to them, then it may represent the missing link that explains how these systems interact or how they can be activated in a coordinated way. That would immediately explain why such information is suppressed at a global level. Because it is not just about destructive capability, it is about control over the underlying framework of the world itself. Rock's pirates seeking that knowledge would not be a simple act of piracy. It would be an existential threat to the established order. And God Valley, in that interpretation, becomes less of a battlefield and more of a containment site, where a critical piece of forbidden knowledge was intercepted before it could be fully understood or disseminated. But containment does not erase knowledge, it disperses it, which means fragments of the one big score may still exist, hidden in locations, inherited through bloodlines, or embedded in artifacts that survived the collapse of the Rock's era. And if that is true, then the treasure is not something waiting in one place. It is something actively distributed across the world, slowly reassembling through events that appear unrelated on the surface. And that leads to the final realization. The one big score connects directly to ancient weapons, not because it is one of them, but because it may be the missing framework that explains all of them together. Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus are often treated as separate entities, but in a system-based interpretation, they could represent components of a larger mechanism rather than isolated tools. If Rox was pursuing the underlying knowledge that connects them, then his goal was not destruction or power in the conventional sense. It was comprehension of the world's hidden architecture. That is why the treasure cannot simply be gold or wealth. It must be something that changes how power itself is understood. And that is also why Buggy's accidental involvement becomes more than comedic irony. It becomes structural convergence. He is drifting through a system where fragments of that knowledge still exist, unknowingly approaching pieces of a puzzle that was never fully assembled in his time. The Rock's pirates failed not because their ambition was wrong, but because the world itself is structured to prevent full convergence of that kind of knowledge. It disperses, fragments, and hides critical truths across time. But dispersion is not destruction. It is delayed. And delays can end. Which means the one big score is not just a lost treasure from the past. It is an incomplete system still embedded in the present, waiting for the conditions that will allow its fragments to finally align. And when that happens, it will no longer be just a pirate legend. It will be the moment the hidden structure of the world begins to reveal itself in full. The ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus, are often treated as separate mythical forces scattered across the world, each with its own origin, purpose, and bearer. But when you step back and look at the structure of how they are positioned within the larger world narrative, a pattern begins to emerge that feels less like a coincidence and more like intentional division. Pluton, tied to devastating physical destruction and buried deep within historical secrecy, represents raw terrestrial power, the ability to reshape land and erase civilizations. Poseidon, embodied through Shirahoshi and the Sea Kings, represents biological and oceanic control, life-based authority over the largest domain of the world itself. Uranus, the most mysterious of the three, is associated with the sky, celestial influence, or unknown technological or divine-scale intervention, suggesting a power that operates above both land and sea. When you place these three forces together, they do not simply form a collection of weapons. They form a complete system of global control: earth, sea, and sky. That alone suggests that the ancient weapons were never meant to function independently in isolation. They represent segmented authority over the fundamental layers of the world. And if that is true, then their distribution across different factions is not random. It is structural containment. Each weapon is placed in a different ideological or political context, ensuring that no single force can easily unify them without triggering global destabilization. Pluton is hidden and feared by the world government. Poseidon is protected but monitored, and Uranus remains obscured entirely. This separation creates a balance of power that is unstable by design, not peace, but controlled tension. Once you understand the ancient weapons as a divided system rather than individual artifacts, the triangle between Blackbeard, Luffy, and the world government becomes much clearer as a structural inevitability rather than a narrative coincidence. Blackbeard represents consumption and inversion. He is a force that absorbs, steals, and repurposes power systems without respecting their original structure. Luffy represents liberation and disruption. He does not seek control over systems, but rather breaks the constraints that define them, often unintentionally exposing hidden layers of reality in the process. The world government represents preservation of control through suppression, maintaining stability by controlling information, history, and access to foundational knowledge. When these three forces are mapped onto the ancient weapons, the alignment becomes striking. The world government seeks to control or suppress knowledge of all three weapons, particularly Uranus and Pluton, while maintaining monitored awareness of Poseidon. Blackbeard, with his ability to steal and combine powers, naturally aligns with the idea of acquiring or disrupting these weapons to reshape power in his favor. Luffy, on the other hand, is repeatedly drawn into conflicts involving liberation of suppressed systems, including those tied to ancient history, inherited will, and restricted truths. That makes him less of a direct user of a weapon and more of a catalyst for exposing or activating dormant systems. In this triangular structure, each faction represents a different philosophy of power interaction: control, consumption, and liberation. And the ancient weapons are not just tools. They are pressure points within that system. Whoever gains access to them does not simply gain power. They alter the balance between those three forces. That is why the world government fears their full activation, why Blackbeard seeks opportunities to exploit chaos, and why Luffy inevitably ends up at the center of conflicts involving suppressed truths. The triangle is not just political, it is structural, and it is converging. But even this alignment between weapons and factions is not the deepest layer of the conflict, because focusing solely on the ancient weapons assumes that the war is about physical control over world-altering power. However, the more you examine the underlying patterns of the world, especially themes like inherited will, erased history, and recurring cycles of conflict, it becomes increasingly clear that the weapons themselves may not be the true objective. They may be symptoms of a much larger system that governs how power, history, and identity interact across generations. The real conflict is not about who controls Pluton, Poseidon, or Uranus. It is about who controls the interpretation of the world itself. Because interpretation determines meaning, and meaning determines legitimacy. If the world government controls how history is understood, then even possession of an ancient weapon does not guarantee narrative dominance. It only guarantees physical capability. But if the narrative remains controlled, then even catastrophic power can be framed, hidden, or justified within an existing system. That is why suppression of information is more important than suppression of weapons. Because weapons without context are just tools, but weapons with context become symbols of legitimacy or illegitimacy, depending on who controls the narrative. Blackbeard understands power acquisition. The world government understands narrative control. Luffy disrupts both simply by existing outside the system's intended structure. Which means the true conflict is not over weapons, it is over meaning itself. Who defines history? Who defines truth? Who defines what power even represents? The ancient weapons are simply the most visible pressure points in that deeper struggle, but they are not the root cause. They are instruments embedded in a larger ideological war that predates them and outlasts them. This is where the idea of a final war begins to shift away from physical confrontation and toward systemic collapse. Because if the ancient weapons represent segmented control over the world's fundamental layers, then their activation does not automatically resolve conflict. It destabilizes the structure that contains it. Pluton reshapes land, Poseidon commands the sea, and Uranus influences the sky or celestial balance. But none of these resolve the underlying tension between competing philosophies of existence. Instead, they amplify it. If the world government were to fully engage with all three, it would represent totalizing control over reality's physical framework. If Blackbeard were to acquire even partial access, it would represent uncontrolled reconfiguration of power systems through absorption and distortion. If Luffy becomes the catalyst that disrupts both control and consumption, then the resulting conflict is not just a battle between factions. It is a breakdown of the entire system that defines how the world is structured. That is why the final war cannot be understood purely as a military confrontation. It is a convergence point where physical power, historical truth, and ideological control collide simultaneously. The ancient weapons are not the cause of this war. They are accelerants. They force hidden tensions into open conflict. But the conflict itself has been building long before their involvement, through cycles of suppression, rebellion, and repeated attempts to stabilize a world that resists permanent control. And when those cycles reach their limit, the system does not resolve. It fractures. That is what makes the current trajectory so dangerous. Because once all three weapons are positioned within active factions, the balance that previously contained global instability begins to fail. Not because one side becomes too strong, but because the structure that allows balance itself begins to collapse under accumulated contradictions. And that leads to the final realization. The real war is not about weapons at all. It is about the collapse of the framework that defines what power means in the first place. The ancient weapons are just the most visible manifestations of a deeper system that is already unstable. Pluton represents the past buried in the earth. Poseidon represents life and memory flowing through the sea. And Uranus represents the unknown forces above comprehension. Together, they form a complete map of existence, but a map that is fragmented and contested. The world government tries to maintain a controlled interpretation of that map. Blackbeard tries to break it and rebuild it through accumulation. Luffy moves through it as a disruptive force that unintentionally exposes contradictions in both systems. But none of them are actually fighting over weapons alone. They are fighting over whether the world remains a controlled narrative or becomes something unpredictable, self-determined, and uncontrollable by any single authority. And that is why the ancient weapons feel less like endpoints and more like triggers. They do not resolve the conflict, they reveal it. Because once the structure holding the world together is fully exposed through their interaction, the question is no longer who controls them. The question becomes whether control itself is still possible. And that is where everything converges into something far larger than war between factions. It becomes a war over the definition of reality itself, where the ancient weapons are not the prize, but the final mechanisms that determine whether the old structure collapses completely or transforms into something entirely new. Inherited will is usually spoken about like something inspiring, dreams carried forward, ideals passed down, and ambition refusing to disappear even after death. But when you look at it closely across the full structure of this world, it starts to feel less like a romantic idea and more like a mechanism that never fully shuts off. People die, eras collapse, kingdoms fall, and yet certain desires keep reappearing in new bodies, new names, and new generations, as if something unresolved is continuously rebooting itself through different vessels. That raises a difficult question. Is inherited will truly freedom, or is it a form of continuity that binds individuals to a history they never chose? Because if a dream persists beyond the lifespan of its original owner, then the self becomes less important than the trajectory of the idea itself. The person becomes temporary, but the will becomes permanent. That inversion changes everything. It means individuals are not just living their own lives. They are participating in something that predates them and will likely outlast them. And that creates an invisible pressure across generations, where people feel drawn toward goals they did not originate, but somehow recognize as their own. It is not memory, it is resonance, a structural echo that aligns new lives with unfinished history. And once you view it that way, inherited will stops being a gift and starts resembling a system that never allows completion. Because completion would mean silence, and silence would mean the end of continuity. But this world does not seem to allow full endings, only transitions. As you trace this idea through major historical figures and events, it becomes increasingly clear that inherited will is not evenly distributed. It concentrates around moments of rupture, places where history was interrupted but not resolved. When a powerful figure falls without their ideology being fully extinguished, that ideology does not disappear. It fragments, embedding itself into multiple future pathways. Some fragments become literal descendants. Others become ideological followers. Others manifest in unrelated individuals who feel an inexplicable pull toward a specific goal, even without direct knowledge of its origin. That is why certain dreams feel larger than the people who carry them. They are not starting points. They are continuation points. And that creates a strange imbalance in how freedom is understood in this world. Because freedom is typically defined as the ability to choose one's own path. But what happens when the path you choose feels like it was already being walked before you existed? That is where the conflict between freedom and control becomes blurred. The world government represents structured control over history, suppressing, rewriting, and regulating what is known. But inherited will represents uncontrolled continuity, where ideas escape containment and reappear in unpredictable forms. Neither side fully represents freedom. One controls the external narrative, the other controls internal compulsion. And individuals caught between them are not entirely free, because even their desires are shaped by something that began long before them. That is what makes the system so difficult to escape. You are not just resisting authority, you are also resisting continuity. And continuity does not announce itself. It feels like identity. It feels like purpose, which makes it nearly indistinguishable from choice. This is where the concept becomes more unsettling. If inherited will is tied to unfinished history, then it functions almost like a distributed memory system for the world itself. Events that were never fully resolved do not vanish. They propagate forward through people, shaping new conflicts that mirror old ones in altered forms. That is why history feels cyclical in certain aspects, even when the surface details change. The underlying tensions remain intact because they were never fully dismantled. Instead, they were passed forward like unresolved equations. Each generation inherits not only the consequences of past actions, but also the emotional and ideological residue of those actions. And that residue does not always feel foreign. Sometimes it feels deeply personal, as if it belongs to the individual experiencing it. That is the most dangerous part of inherited will. It disguises continuity as individuality. A person believes they are pursuing their own dream, but in reality, they may be carrying forward a fragment of something that was never completed in the past. This does not make their actions less real, but it does complicate the idea of originality. Because if enough people unknowingly carry fragments of the same unresolved will, then their actions begin to align across time, creating the illusion of destiny. But destiny, in this interpretation, is not a force. It is a pattern formed by unresolved repetition. And that pattern only becomes visible when enough cycles overlap. Which means what looks like fate may actually be accumulated continuity. A world built not on endings, but on deferred conclusions that keep reappearing until something finally resolves them completely. And that leads directly into the core conflict that defines everything beneath the surface. Freedom versus control is not just a political struggle. It is a structural contradiction embedded into the concept of inherited will itself. Control tries to prevent chaos by suppressing unresolved history, limiting access to truth, and managing how information flows across generations. But inherited will bypasses control by embedding itself in individuals, ensuring that suppressed ideas still find pathways into the future. That makes it almost impossible to fully eliminate without erasing identity continuity itself. On the other hand, pure inherited will without structure leads to repetition without resolution, where the same conflicts re-emerge endlessly in new forms without ever reaching closure. So neither absolute control nor absolute continuity produces true freedom. One restricts expression externally, the other binds individuals internally to unfinished cycles. And between those two forces, Individuals operate in a constrained space that feels like choice, but is shaped by invisible historical pressure. That is why major conflicts in this world always feel larger than the people involved. Because they are not just personal disputes. They are intersections of long-running unresolved systems colliding in the present moment. And each collision adds another layer to the accumulated history, making the underlying structure even more complex over time. Which raises a troubling implication. If nothing ever fully resolves, then every generation is inheriting not just dreams, but unfinished conflict structures that continue to evolve beyond their origin. And this leads to the final truth. Inherited will is not just continuity, it is accumulation without closure. It is the reason history feels alive, why ideologies refuse to disappear, and why certain conflicts repeat in altered forms across time. It is also the reason true freedom is so difficult to define in this world, because individuals are never starting from zero. They are always starting from something already in motion. Every dream is connected to something that came before it, whether consciously or not. And every act of resistance or ambition is shaped by the unresolved remnants of past generations. That does not mean individuals lack agency, but it means agency is always operating within inherited structures that were never fully completed. So when people talk about carrying the will of others, it is not just metaphorical. It is describing a real structural condition where history does not end. It transfers. And that transfer creates a world where nothing is truly isolated. Everything is connected through continuity chains that stretch backward into unresolved history and forward into unknown futures. Which means the real question is not whether inherited will exists, but whether it can ever be completed. Because if it cannot, then the world is not moving toward resolution. It is moving through layers of unfinished meaning that keep reappearing until something finally breaks the cycle entirely. And that possibility reframes everything, because it suggests that the true battle is not between individuals or factions, but between continuation and completion. And until that is resolved, every dream, every conflict, and every act of freedom remains part of something much larger than any one generation can fully see. The idea that the world is stuck in a loop is not just a poetic interpretation of history. It becomes increasingly difficult to ignore once you start layering all the patterns together. Events do not simply occur and vanish. They echo. They reappear in altered forms, wearing different names, different faces, and different political contexts, but carrying the same emotional structure underneath. Wars repeat with different triggers. Ideologies re-emerge under new banners. Even individuals seem to carry fragments of unfinished stories that predate them. This creates a sense that history is not moving forward in a clean line, but circling through variations of the same unresolved conflict. At the center of this loop is the concept of will, something that refuses to fully disappear even after death. When a will is strong enough, it does not end with the person who carried it. It disperses, fragments, and reassembles itself in future generations, creating continuity without closure. That continuity is what gives the illusion of destiny, but it also creates repetition. Because if the underlying emotional and ideological structures remain unresolved, then the conditions that produced them will eventually return. Not identically, but recognizably. That is why history feels like it rhymes instead of progresses. The world is not cleanly advancing toward resolution. It is circling around it, approaching it from different angles but never fully completing it. And every cycle adds more weight to the next, stacking unresolved will upon unresolved will until the structure itself becomes unstable. That instability is what people interpret as change, but in reality, it is accumulation. Within that framework, the connection between Kuina, Tashigi, and Zoro takes on a different meaning entirely. Instead of being separate characters with coincidental similarities, they begin to resemble points within a repeating pattern of identity, ambition, and loss. Kuina represents the original unresolved will, a promise of strength and equality cut short before it could be fulfilled. Her dream does not vanish with her death. It fragments and persists in the emotional structure of those connected to her. Zoro carries that fragment forward as motivation, turning loss into discipline and direction. Tashigi, meanwhile, reflects the visual and ideological echo of that same unresolved will, appearing almost as a structural recurrence rather than a random resemblance. Whether interpreted literally or symbolically, the overlap between them suggests that identity in this world is not fully isolated. Instead, individuals can become carriers of previous cycles, embodying fragments of unresolved history without necessarily being aware of it. That is why Zoro's reaction to Tashigi feels layered. It is not just recognition of similarity, but a deeper resonance with something that was never fully completed. Kuina's dream was not resolved in her lifetime, so it does not disappear. It disperses into the system, reappearing in different forms that continue to influence the present. In that sense, Kuina, Tashigi, and Zoro are not three separate threads. They are one continuity expressed across different positions in the loop. One represents the origin of unresolved will, one represents its echo, and one represents its continuation. And together, they form a microcosm of the larger system the world itself is trapped in, a cycle where unfinished stories do not end, they relocate. As this pattern expands beyond individuals and into global history, it becomes clear that the same structural repetition applies to larger conflicts as well. Major wars, ideological clashes, and world-shifting events do not simply resolve, they reset. The surface details change, but the underlying tensions remain intact, waiting for conditions that allow them to resurface. This is why the concept of a final war emerges so frequently in interpretations of the world's future. It is not just about one last battle. It is about the accumulation point of all previous unresolved cycles converging into a single moment of maximum instability. Every suppressed truth, every fragmented will, every incomplete revolution feeds into that convergence. And when enough cycles overlap, the distinction between past and present begins to blur. Events that were separated by decades begin to feel structurally connected, as if they are different iterations of the same underlying conflict playing out in stages. The world does not forget its unresolved history. It carries it forward. That is why suppression never truly eliminates ideas. It only delays their reappearance, and each delay adds pressure to the system. Eventually, that pressure must release, and when it does not release as a single event. It releases as convergence. That is what the final war represents. Not a beginning and not an ending, but the moment when all previous cycles collide into one another and can no longer remain separated. In that collision, identities, ideologies, and inherited wills that were once scattered across time begin to interact directly. And when that happens, the illusion of linear history collapses. The loop becomes visible, not as theory, but as reality. At the center of that collapsing loop lies the fundamental question of liberation. If the world is truly repeating because will cannot rest, then the problem is not just external control, it is internal continuation. The system does not only persist because it is enforced from above, but because something within it refuses to fully conclude. Dreams that are inherited do not always come with closure. They come with momentum. That momentum carries forward through generations, shaping decisions, conflicts, and identities in ways that feel personal but are structurally inherited. Liberation, in that sense, is not just about breaking chains imposed by external authority. It is about breaking the cycle of continuation itself. That is why the idea of freedom in this world is so complex. If everything is part of a loop, then even rebellion becomes part of the loop, unless it fundamentally changes the structure that allows repetition. Simply defeating one system of control does not end the cycle. It only resets it under new conditions. That is why past revolutions often feel incomplete when viewed in hindsight. They change who holds power, but not necessarily how power itself functions within the structure of history. True liberation would require something more radical. Not just a shift in power, but an interruption of repetition, a break in the transmission of unresolved will that fuels the cycle. But that is precisely what the world seems to resist. Because the loop is self-sustaining. It is reinforced by memory, by inherited ambition, and by the inability of unfinished history to remain dormant. Every attempt to resolve it becomes another layer added to it. Which means the question is no longer whether the cycle exists. It clearly does. The question is whether anything within it can exist outside of it. And that leads directly to the final realization. If everything is truly part of a repeating loop of inherited will, unresolved history, and recurring conflict, then the ultimate question is not what the next cycle will look like, but who, if anyone, has the capacity to break it. Because breaking the cycle is not the same as winning a war or ending a conflict. It would require something far more fundamental, the ability to bring closure to what has never been allowed to fully end. That means resolving not just individual conflicts, but the structural conditions that allow those conflicts to reappear across generations. It means confronting the accumulated weight of every previous cycle at once, rather than dealing with them in isolation. And that is what makes the idea so uncertain. Because everything in the current structure is designed around continuation, will, memory, inheritance, and repetition. Nothing is naturally oriented toward finality. Even death in this world does not guarantee a true ending, because the effects of individuals persist beyond their physical presence. So, if the cycle is to be broken, it cannot come from within the logic that sustains it. It would require an action or force that does not simply participate in the loop, but interrupts it entirely. And that possibility remains uncertain, because it would mean stepping outside the very structure that defines reality itself. Which brings everything to a single unresolved point. The world continues because it is structured to continue, and every generation inherits not just the consequences of the past, but the mechanism that ensures its repetition. And until something or someone disrupts that mechanism at its core, the loop will not end. It will simply continue, reshaping itself endlessly through new names, new faces, and new wars that are all, in the end, echoes of the same unfinished story. When you step back and connect every thread that has been laid out, identity fractures, cursed or symbolic swords, soul inheritance, and the repeating structure of history, the entire world begins to look less like a living timeline and more like a system that has been replaying itself in slightly altered configurations. Nothing exists in isolation. Swords are not just weapons. They are carriers of will, memory, and sometimes conflict that outlives their original wielders. Souls are not just life forces. They behave like containers of identity that can fragment, transfer, and influence other vessels. Identity itself stops being fixed and starts behaving like something layered, built from inherited fragments, emotional echoes, and unresolved history that never fully disappears. And cycles are not just historical repetition. They are the structural backbone that allows all of these elements to reappear again and again in new forms. Once you view the world through that lens, everything starts to align into a single unsettling possibility. The boundaries between past and present are not as stable as they seem. Instead of history moving forward cleanly, it appears to loop through variations of the same unresolved conditions, each time carrying forward fragments that were never fully settled. That means every era is not just new. It is partially reconstructed from the unfinished remnants of the previous one. And when those remnants accumulate over enough iterations, the present begins to feel less like a beginning and more like a culmination. A convergence point where everything that was ever left incomplete begins to surface at once. Identity, swords, souls, and cycles stop being separate concepts and start functioning as different expressions of the same underlying system, a world built on continuity without closure. Within that structure, the connection between Zoro and Tashigi becomes far more than resemblance or narrative coincidence. It begins to resemble a split reflection of a single unresolved legacy, expressed through two different paths of existence. Zoro carries the weight of ambition shaped by loss, discipline forged through repetition, and a will that constantly pushes forward without hesitation. Tashigi, on the other hand, embodies recognition without resolution, someone who sees the shape of something familiar but cannot fully place it within her understanding of reality. Together, they create a mirror dynamic where one represents forward motion and the other represents fragmented recognition. Kuina's presence in this equation becomes the missing center, the point of origin that was never fully resolved, but instead dispersed into the system. Whether literal or symbolic, her role functions as the starting fragment of a legacy that never reached completion, allowing it to reappear in altered forms across different individuals. In that sense, Zoro and Tashigi are not just separate characters connected by resemblance. They are structural echoes of a single unresolved truth that was never allowed to finish its natural course. One carries it forward through action, the other through recognition, but neither fully completes it alone. That incompletion is what keeps the cycle active. Because unresolved identity does not disappear, it disperses. And once dispersed, it seeks reconfiguration through new vessels, new interpretations, and new conflicts that mirror the original condition without fully resolving it. This is where swords, souls, and identity converge again. The blade becomes a physical anchor for inherited will. The soul becomes the medium through which fragments persist, and identity becomes the unstable result of repeated layering across generations. None of these elements are independent. They are all expressions of the same underlying continuity system. When expanded to the scale of the entire world, this pattern suggests that history itself may not be progressing toward an unknown future, but rather moving through a limited set of configurations that repeat until something fundamentally breaks the structure. Wars, revolutions, hidden truths, and suppressed histories are not isolated events. They are pressure points where the cycle becomes visible. Each iteration of the world introduces variations in characters and circumstances, but the underlying tension remains consistent. Control versus freedom, truth versus suppression, continuity versus disruption. These oppositions do not resolve permanently. They reappear in new forms across generations. That is why the idea of a final war keeps emerging as an inevitability rather than a possibility. It is not just a conflict. It is the moment when all unresolved cycles converge into a single structural failure point. At that stage, the distinctions between past and present, original and echo, will and inheritance begin to collapse into one another. Everything that was once separated across time begins to interact simultaneously. And when that happens, the world stops behaving like a timeline and starts behaving like a compressed system reaching its limit. That is why the concept of last iteration becomes so important. If cycles are real and consistent, then the present is not just another point in history. It is the accumulation of everything that came before it, layered without full resolution. Which means the current era is not simply progressing toward a future. It is carrying the unresolved weight of all previous versions of itself. That accumulation changes the meaning of the present entirely. It stops being a midpoint and starts becoming a convergence zone. A place where repeated patterns are no longer separated by time, but overlapping within the same structural moment. And this is where the final implication becomes unavoidable. If everything is repeating, identity fragments, inherited will, symbolic swords, soul continuity, and historical cycles, then the world is not heading toward an open-ended future. It is approaching a saturation point where repetition can no longer continue in the same form. Each cycle adds more fragments, more unresolved history, more overlapping echoes of past events, until the structure becomes too dense to maintain clean separation between iterations. At that point, something has to give. Either the cycle resets in a completely different form, or it breaks entirely, forcing a transition into something that is no longer governed by repetition. Zoro and Tashigi, in this interpretation, are not just individuals within the world. They are indicators of that instability. Fractured reflections of a legacy that was never fully completed, showing that the system is still trying to resolve something that predates both of them. Their existence suggests that the past is not behind the present. It is embedded within it, still active, still influencing outcomes, still searching for completion. And that makes the current era feel different from previous ones. Not because it is fundamentally unique, but because it is more saturated with unresolved history than any cycle before it. The more fragments accumulate, the closer the system moves toward either resolution or collapse. There is no infinite repetition without consequence. Eventually, repetition becomes pressure, and pressure demands release, which leads to the final, unavoidable realization. If history is repeating, then the version of the world currently unfolding is not just another cycle. It may already be the final configuration that the system can sustain before it changes form entirely. Every fragment of identity, every inherited will, every symbolic sword, every unresolved soul, and every repeated historical structure is converging toward a single moment where distinction collapses into total visibility. Nothing remains isolated anymore. Everything begins to overlap. And when that happens, the illusion of separate cycles dissolves, revealing the full structure that was always underneath. At that point, the question is no longer about what will happen next in history. It becomes about whether history, as a repeating system, can continue at all. Because if the cycle has reached maximum accumulation, then continuation is no longer guaranteed. Transformation becomes inevitable. And that is why everything points toward a final convergence, where identity, swords, souls, and cycles stop functioning as separate ideas and become one unified system reaching its limit. Zoro and Tashigi stand at the edge of that realization as fractured reflections of something larger, trying to complete itself through repetition. And if that completion is approaching its final stage, then the world is no longer simply repeating history. It is approaching the moment where repetition itself can no longer hold, which leaves only one lingering thought at the end of everything already unfolding. If history is repeating, then the final version of the world is already here.